Chapter 1240. The atmosphere in the outer region was tense. All the major cities were preparing for the attack of Fragrant Sky City 3 days later. There were also some cities that didn't make any preparation at all. They didn't even form an alliance with other cities. It had to be said that these city lords were really ambitious. They firmly believed that Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to launch a large-scale attack in the outer region. In fact, this firm belief was even more arrogant than Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, they didn't understand Jiang Chen's character and means. Anyone who had a little understanding of Jiang Chen would know that the smartest thing to do at this moment was to rush to Fragrant Sky City and surrender. What they were doing now was just waiting for death. In Fragrant Sky City, after 3 days, all the people who were in seclusion had come out, except for De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog had refined the soul essence, a treasure left behind by a golden immortal demonic devil. It wasn't easy to refine it, so it would take a long time. Outside the prefecture was a spacious square. At this moment, all the experts of Fragrant Sky City were standing here, facing Jiang Chen. Each of them seemed incomparably excited, especially Chen Hui and Li Si. After receiving the reward from Jiang Chen, their cultivation base had improved a lot. They had advanced from the peak early divine immortal realm to the intermediate divine immortal realm, which was something they didn't even dare to imagine before. One should know that it was extremely difficult to advance even a little bit after reaching the divine immortal realm. Both of them were in a bottleneck state, which made it even more difficult for them to break through the bottleneck. However, Jiang Chen had helped them break through the bottleneck easily. This situation made them feel very fortunate that they had made a wise choice to submit to Jiang Chen. Intermediate divine immortal. Such a cultivation base was enough to become a city lord in the outer region. Of course, that was in the past. Now that Jiang Chen had arrived, intermediate divine immortal realm was nothing to him. Even a city lord like Lu Shang would have to submit to Jiang Chen and become his slave. Otherwise he would have to die. Not only them, Ada and Air had also advanced to the intermediate divine immortal realm. Both of them possessed great demonic nature, which was the same as the demonic devils of the evil clan. The environment of Evil Abyss was very suitable for their cultivation. Plus, they had a telepathic connection with each other. Therefore, after receiving the spiritual spring from Jiang Chen, they advanced to the intermediate divine immortal realm very quickly. Jiang Chen cared a lot about Ada and Air. These two guys were different from ordinary demonic devils. Their tacit understanding with each other had reached a perfect level. Now that they had advanced to the intermediate divine immortal realm, it wouldn't be a problem for them to fight a late divine immortal expert. They had become one of the most important forces for Jiang Chen at present. In addition, Yan Qingqing and Huang Ying's cultivation base had also improved by leaps and bounds. From the early heaven immortal realm, they had advanced to the peak late heaven immortal realm. Such rapid progress made the two girls incomparably happy and excited, especially Yan Qingqing, whose eyes were filled with infatuation when she looked at Jiang Chen. To Huang Ying and Yan Qingqing, meeting Jiang Chen in a place like Evil Abyss was an incomparably lucky thing. That's right, it was a kind of luck in itself. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, they wouldn't be sure what their fate would be like right now. They were afraid that they would still be suffering inhuman torture and humiliation, let alone advancing their cultivation base. Lu Shang and the others were also very excited. Although they didn't receive any benefits from Jiang Chen, they could see the benefits. The fact that all of them had advanced to the next level proved everything. If they wanted to survive in the Evil Abyss, nothing was more exciting than advancing their cultivation base. Lu Shang and the others were also very excited. Although they didn't receive any benefits from Jiang Chen, they could see the benefits. The fact that all of them had advanced to the next level proved everything. In order to survive in the Evil Abyss, nothing was more exciting than advancing their cultivation base. Roar! At this moment, a thunderous roar rushed out from the prefecture. Immediately, a golden beam of light soared into the sky. De Huang Dog flew up as well. At this moment, De Huang Dog looked extremely mystical. A virtual image of a dragon horse appeared on the surface of his body. Good. De Huang has advanced to the early divine immortal realm. We have gained another powerful force. Seeing that De Huang Dog had successfully advanced to the early divine immortal realm, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel happy. He knew very well how terrifying De Huang Dog was. Even though he was only an early divine immortal expert, if De Huang Dog exerted his divine power, he could easily kill a mid-divine immortal expert and a late divine immortal expert. How mystical! This dog really isn't as simple as he looks. He actually possesses an extremely powerful bloodline. Our combat strength is getting stronger and stronger. Given our current strength, it's enough to sweep across the outer region. The Huang Dog's advancement had boosted their morale. Every one of them was an expert. Naturally, they could tell how terrifying the Huang Dog was. Plus, they had fought the Huang Dog personally when they attacked Lascivia City. So, they knew how terrifying this dog was. Lu Shang and the others had a deep impression of De Huang. Although they hadn't fought De Huang Dog yet, the fact that De Huang Dog was able to stop them for 2 days with just a grand formation was still fresh in their mind. Now that De Huang Dog had advanced 2 levels consecutively, even the mid-divine immortal experts could feel their soul trembling. If they were to fight De Huang Dog head-on, they were afraid that not many of them would have the courage to do so. De Huang Dog swaggered around in the sky, then flew down to Jiang Chen's side. Well done. Jiang Chen patted De Huang Dog's head and praised. Tell me, when are we going to fight? De Huang Dog's chi surged like a rainbow. He couldn't hold back his surging heart any longer. Master, 3 days have passed. Not a single city lord has come forward to surrender. What should we do now? Lu Sheng asked. What's the reaction of those cities? Asked Jiang Chen. This situation was within his expectation, so it wasn't strange at all. Master, the reputation of you and Fragrant Sky City has spread far and wide. Many cities have joined forces, seemingly ready to fight against Master. However, there are also a few cities that are indifferent. They neither joined forces nor put up any defense. They must have believed that Master wouldn't dare to launch a large-scale attack on the outer region. Lu Sheng introduced the situation of the outer region to Jiang Chen. He hadn't been idling in the past 3 days. He dared not neglect the task that Jiang Chen had given him. Although no one had come forward to surrender, Lu Sheng had already found out about the situation of those cities. Damn it! How dare they not put us in their eyes? This is unforgivable. Tell Master Dog which cities they are talking about. Master Dog will personally take action and kill them all. Chapter 1241. De Huang Dog was very restless. Under Jiang Chen's calm exterior, there was a cruel smile on his face. He understood very well why those people didn't put him in their eyes. It was because of his relationship with the evil lord. In the eyes of many people, what he was doing now was going against the evil lord. However, Jiang Chen didn't think so. He was very interested in the evil lord and even longed to get in touch with him. However, with his current strength, it was obviously impossible for him to get in touch with the evil lord directly. A powerful immortal king expert wouldn't pay attention to a celestial immortal. Therefore, Jiang Chen had to find a way to attract the attention of the evil lord. The best way to attract the attention of the evil lord was to create chaos in the periphery of the evil abyss. Jiang Chen was a smart person. He understood what the evil lord wanted. What the evil lord wanted was to eliminate the evil clan and completely rule the evil abyss. However, even if the evil lord was a powerful immortal king expert and had extraordinary means, it was impossible for him to eliminate the evil clan completely. This could be seen from the fact that the evil lord had only been able to resist the evil clan after 10 years of hard work. If the evil lord wanted to fulfill his wish, he had to rely on himself. Only by helping the evil lord would he have the chance to rule the evil abyss. Moreover, Jiang Chen could also use the evil lord's hand to obtain the greatest benefits. Jiang Chen had already deduced through the great divination art that he and the evil lord wouldn't become enemies in the end because they both needed each other. This was something that the evil lord would understand sooner or later. Therefore, Jiang Chen's current actions were completely unscrupulous. City Lord, what should we do now? Chen Hui asked. Since we have already released the order, we naturally have to complete it. Since they don't want to surrender, I will go and chop off their heads. Jiang Chen said indifferently. He seemed incomparably calm, as if killing people was nothing to him. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. They knew very well how terrifying this young city lord was and how cruel and merciless he was. It wasn't hard to imagine that from today onwards, the outer perimeter would be in chaos. Those who didn't put Jiang Chen in their eyes were destined to have a miserable end. The 3 city lords had already served as an example. De Huang, take Lu Sheng and eliminate those cities that don't belong to the alliance. Remember, the others can surrender, but the city lords won't give them the chance. Hang the heads of their city lords and the plaque of Fragrant Sky City outside the city. Jiang Chen always had a calm expression when giving orders, but any order that came out of his mouth was destined to lead to a reign of terror. It was enough to hand over ordinary cities to the Huang Dog alone, let alone with the help of Lu Shang. As for the city lords in the periphery, Jiang Chen had already sentenced them to death. He never liked to give people second chances. These 3 days were the opportunity that he was giving to those city lords. Since they didn't know how to cherish it, there was no need for him to be polite. Jiang Chen wouldn't feel the slightest bit guilty if he killed anyone in the evil abyss. All right, don't worry, leave it to Master Dog. I guarantee that those cities will have their heads flying everywhere. De Huang Dog danced with excitement. He had just advanced to the immortal realm and was in high spirits. He was about to start a massacre to show his arrogance. De Huang Dog's majestic body disappeared in a flash. Lu Sheng hastily followed behind De Huang Dog. De Huang wasn't aware of the locations of those cities. Only Lu Sheng knew about them as he had already investigated them thoroughly. The rest of you follow me. Today, I want all the cities in the periphery to hang the signboard of Fragrant Sky City. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. Jiang Chen's black hair fluttered in the wind. The qi that was emitted from his body was like that of a god of war. He soared into the sky and led all the remaining divine immortal experts towards the outskirts of Fragrant Sky City. Ada and Air followed closely behind him. Chen Hui, Li Si and the other early divine immortal experts followed closely behind them. Each of them had towering qi and was filled with murderous intent. All of them seemed incomparably excited. Putting aside everything else, just the qi of Jiang Chen alone was enough to make Jiang Chen fight Jiang Chen very enjoyable. Furthermore, all of them had witnessed Jiang Chen's means and knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Now that Jiang Chen was going to attack the other cities, they could almost foresee the fate of those city lords. Before they set off, Lu Shang had ordered his men to prepare a lot of signboards of Fragrant Sky City so that they could hang them in front of the city gates. Perhaps from today onwards, the layout of the periphery would be changed. Jiang Chen and the others flew at a very fast speed. In just a few minutes, they arrived at a city not far away from them. The atmosphere in the city ahead was tense. The number of guards that were rarely seen had increased. With a sweep of his soul power, Jiang Chen could sense that there were at least 5 intermediate divine immortal experts in the city. What's the city ahead? Asked Jiang Chen. City Lord, the city ahead is the desolate slope city. However, the experts of 6 cities have already gathered here. In other words, this is an alliance of 6 major powers to fight against us. Chen Hui stepped forward and said. In other words, there are 6 intermediate divine immortal experts in the city. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a faint smile. He didn't care about intermediate divine immortal experts at all. With such a camp, even if he didn't take action, his subordinates would be enough to deal with it. Ada and Air, plus Chen Hui and Li Si, were already 4 intermediate divine immortal experts. The combination of Ada and Air would be invincible in the same realm. No matter how many intermediate divine immortal experts there were, they wouldn't be able to kill them. Yes, City Lord, but such a camp is simply not worth mentioning in front of City Lord. Li Si flattered Jiang Chen. Ada and Air, it's all up to you now. Jiang Chen said without turning his head. As soon as his voice faded, Ada and Air rushed out like 2 whirlwinds. Although these 2 barbaric bulls were as docile as rabbits in front of Jiang Chen, they were extremely savage and ferocious when they fought. Rawr, rawr. The 2 barbaric bulls let out a heaven-piercing roar. 2 black light beams were shot out, smashing a few buildings in the city with a loud rumble. The huge commotion immediately startled all the experts in the city. They had been nervous for 3 days. Now that someone had suddenly come to attack them, even a fool would know that it was Jiang Chen who had come. Swoosh. Chapter 1242. The experts of the 6 cities gathered together. Each of them was brimming with murderous intent. Their faces were filled with anger, but if one took a closer look, it wouldn't be hard to notice that there was a trace of fear hidden under their angry expressions. They couldn't help but be afraid. Although they had never seen Jiang Chen before, they were very clear about Jiang Chen's deeds. Fighting against such a person would put a certain amount of pressure on their hearts. Even if the 6 cities had united, the pressure wouldn't be reduced. They looked at Ada and Air. The 2 barbaric bulls had incomparably majestic bodies. The qi that they casually exuded gave them a tremendous pressure. Fortunately, Ada and Air were merely mid-divine immortal experts, so they didn't really put them in their eyes. After bypassing Ada and Air, The experts fixed their eyes on Jiang Chen. Almost without guessing, they knew that this white-robed youth with a delicate face was the cruel and merciless Jiang Chen. Listen up, all of you. Our master has said that the 6 city lords will die for sure. The others can have the chance to submit to him. Ada said in a muffled voice, conveying Jiang Chen's decree. Upon hearing this, everyone's facial expression changed dramatically. They knew that Jiang Chen was ruthless, but they had never thought that he would be this ruthless. They could understand that Jiang Chen didn't give them any face, but such an action was against the evil lord. As a matter of fact, the reason why Jiang Chen dared not go against the evil lord was their greatest reliance. But now, it seemed that this Jiang Chen didn't know the rules and was determined to go against all the cities in the outer region. In other words, this young man was really ambitious and wanted to rule the entire outer region. Jiang Chen, don't go too far. Do you really think that you can cover the sky with one hand in the outer region? We may not be afraid of you even if all the experts of the 6 cities unite. Besides, what you are doing now is against the evil lord. In the entire evil abyss, no one dares to go against the evil lord. Do you know that you are courting death? I advise you to turn back as soon as possible. You've already occupied 4 cities. Isn't that enough? The leading city lord said loudly to Jiang Chen. His tone was full of compromise. For them, it was best not to fight with Jiang Chen. If they could rely on the prestige of the Sin Lord to repel Jiang Chen, they would be able to rest easy. However, this was simply impossible. The main reason why Jiang Chen acted so unscrupulously was to attract the attention of the evil lord. If the chaos in the outer region wasn't enough, he would go to the middle region to wreak havoc. I've already given you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. I, Jiang Chen, never like to give people second chances. Therefore, the 6 of you must die today. Don't use the evil lord's name to suppress me. From today onwards, the 36 cities in the outer region will be renamed to Fragrant Sky City. Jiang Chen said indifferently. His words extinguished all the hope in their hearts and made them realize that it was impossible to make Jiang Chen retreat. This person didn't even put the evil lord in his eyes. He was simply a lunatic. Jiang Chen, you are too arrogant. You don't even put the evil lord in your eyes. Sooner or later, you will die without a burial place. No one here dares to oppose the evil lord. There is only one end for you. Another city lord said in a stern voice. Ada and Air, eliminate them as soon as possible and take the cities. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste time and directly gave the order. Yes, master. Ada and Air were brimming with qi. Devil qi soared up to the sky. The 2 barbaric bulls charged towards the enemy's camp like a violent storm. City lord, we are going to join in the slaughter as well. Chen Hui and Li Si cupped their fists at Jiang Chen and rushed forward. The rest of the early divine immortal experts were also eager to show off in front of Jiang Chen. They drew out their immortal weapons and charged forward. Naturally, their targets were those early divine immortal experts. Kill! The leader of the opposing city lord bellowed. All the divine immortal experts unleashed their qi to the extreme, ready to have a life-and-death battle with Jiang Chen. A terrifying life-and-death battle broke out in an instant. In the evil abyss, all wars were cruel. It was either you die or I live. Hung Long. Qi waves billowed. The sky above the city was filled with dark clouds. Those were the accumulation of energy. Jiang Chen stood at the back with his hands clasped behind his back. His face was calm and composed, like a peerless monarch who ruled over the world. He didn't need to do anything in such a battle. As a matter of fact, Ada and Air were more than enough to settle the battle. The others naturally wouldn't allow Ada and Air to take all the credit in order to show off their strength. The battlefield was very tragic. There were casualties as soon as the battle began. Judging from the formation and the number of people on the opposing side, it was obvious that the opposing side had an overwhelming advantage. However, it wasn't the case when it came to the actual battle. Firstly, the morale of both sides was different. The opposing side had already been traumatized by Jiang Chen and were on the defensive, whereas Jiang Chen's side was full of morale and unstoppable momentum. Additionally, Ada and Air were too ferocious. With their combined strength, they were able to tear a city lord into pieces. That was a mighty mid-divine immortal city lord, yet he was torn apart by 2 barbaric bulls. Such a scene was too shocking. Roar, roar. The barbaric bulls roared. Ada and Air possessed the powerful heavenly devil bloodline. It was very difficult for them to find an opponent at the same level as them, let alone these mid-divine immortal experts. Even if they encountered a late divine immortal expert, the combination of the two barbaric bulls was more than enough to deal with them. Arg! Another blood-curdling scream was heard. Eventually, the other city lord couldn't resist the ferociousness of Ada and Air and was torn apart on the spot. By this time, 2 city lords had already been killed. There were a total of 6 city lords. Chen Hui dealt with one, Li Si dealt with another, leaving 2 to deal with Ada and Air. However, at this moment, the 2 city lords were completely dumbfounded. Or should it be said that they were scared out of their wits? They stared at the 2 barbaric bulls in front of them blankly. How were these 2 bulls? They were simply 2 terrifying killing machines. They were no match for them at all. There was no way for them to continue the battle. Previously, the 4 of them couldn't even fight against them and 2 of them were torn apart. Now that it was 2 against 2, there was no chance for them to win. Needless to say, they would end up like the other 2, being torn apart by the barbaric bulls. Chapter 1243. Chila. Ada and Air didn't care about the state of their opponents. They only had one thought in their mind, and that was to listen to Jiang Chen's command unconditionally. If Jiang Chen asked them to kill everyone, all of these city lords would have to die. None of them would be able to live. After the 3rd city lord was torn apart, the rest of them were paralyzed with fear. At this point in time, none of them had the slightest desire to continue fighting, including those early divine immortal experts. Each and every one of them was shivering with pale faces. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. We surrender. We surrender. We surrender. Stop fighting. The 3 city lords had completely collapsed. Immediately, they threw away the combat weapons in their hands and surrendered unconditionally. At this point in time, they had no other choice but to surrender. If they continued to resist, it was imaginable what would happen to them. This scene made Chen Hui, Li Si, and those early divine immortal experts who followed Jiang Chen feel incomparably excited. Their faces were filled with excitement. This was the first time they had experienced such an enjoyable battle. The whole process was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Their enemies couldn't even withstand a single blow. They had to admit that fighting with Jiang Chen was an incomparably pleasant thing. Ada and Air stopped what they were doing and turned to look at Jiang Chen, waiting for Jiang Chen's next instruction. What are the 2 of you looking at? Did my words fall on deaf ears? Jiang Chen glared at Ada and Air. He had no intention of letting any of the city lords go. In the evil abyss, one had to be ruthless. Only by being ruthless would one be able to show off one's might and establish one's ferocious name, making everyone's soul tremble when they talked about him. Ada and Air didn't dare to be careless, and they immediately charged at the 3 city lords like madmen. Ugh! Along with 3 blood-curdling screams, the sky was filled with blood mist. 3 intermediate divine immortal experts had died tragically in the hands of Ada and Air. The scene made the rest of the people shudder in fear. Each of them stood there, not daring to make a sound. Their bodies were trembling violently in extreme fear. This was too brutal. This Jiang Chen was a brutal man, and he did what he said he would do. He didn't leave anyone alive. This was the consequence of going against Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had given them a chance, but they didn't cherish it. If they had surrendered to Fragrant Sky City 3 days ago, they wouldn't have ended up like this. City Lord, what should we do with the rest of them? Chen Hui asked. Don't kill us. We are willing to serve you wholeheartedly. That's right, I hope the City Lord can understand our situation. We are following them and can only listen to their commands. We really don't want to be enemies with the City Lord. City Lord, please have mercy. We are willing to serve you sincerely. These people were completely terrified. Jiang Chen's means were too terrifying and they didn't have the slightest chance to resist. Any resistance would result in death. No one wanted to die, especially in a place like Evil Abyss. It wasn't easy to survive. Therefore, they cherished every chance they had to survive. Allow them to surrender. Go to your respective cities and hang up the signboard of Fragrant Sky City. Jiang Chen said with a flick of his finger, giving everyone a chance to live. Thank you, City Lord. We are willing to follow you even if it means sacrificing our lives. These people were extremely excited. They had never been so happy in their lives. Perhaps they had never thought that they would one day surrender to a heaven immortal, but the moment they did so, they felt so comfortable, as if a huge stone had been lifted from their hearts. Chen Hui, go to the next city. Jiang Chen said to Chen Hui. Yes. City Lord. Chen Hui's face was filled with excitement. Today's incident was too exciting for him. He had never experienced such an exciting thing in his life. He had been in the evil abyss for quite some time now. He was afraid that Jiang Chen was the second person who had caused such a huge commotion in the evil abyss. That kind of lawless, arrogant and domineering qi that was exuded from his body was enough to make anyone submit to him. Under Chen Hui's lead, Jiang Chen and his men continued to advance towards the next city. So far, 10 of the 36 cities in the outer region had been completely subdued by Jiang Chen. The fate of the remaining 26 cities couldn't be changed, including the 4 cities that were guarded by late divine immortal experts. Jiang Chen's goal was very simple. He wanted to unify the entire outer perimeter within a day. He was afraid that only he, Jiang Chen, had the ability to accomplish such an unimaginable feat, and only he had the courage to do it. If it was someone else, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. While Ada and Air were fighting, De Huang Dog and Lu Shang had arrived at the top of a city. This city was incomparably calm. On the surface, it looked exactly the same as usual. There wasn't even a single guard or alliance with the other cities. For God's sake. They really don't put us in their eyes at all. Master Dog can't tolerate such a situation. De Huang Dog was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. He liked the feeling of others being afraid of him. How could this city remain so calm despite knowing that he was going to attack? Wasn't it a little too arrogant? Please calm down, Master Dog. The city lord of this city probably believes that we won't dare to attack them on a large scale, and that we won't dare to go against the evil lord. That's why he is so calm. Of course, now that Master Dog is here, their doomsday has arrived. Lu Sheng said, not daring to show the slightest neglect to De Huang Dog. He was very respectful. He was different from the others who had submitted to Jiang Chen. Although Chen Hui and Li Si had submitted to Jiang Chen, they were still free, unlike Lu Sheng. He had the divine sense seed of Jiang Chen in his sea of consciousness, which made him a slave of Jiang Chen. Knowing the relationship between De Huang Dog and his master, he didn't dare to disrespect De Huang Dog, because that was equivalent to courting death. Humph! Since they are courting death, they must die. Surnamed Lu, you go and challenge them. De Huang Dog swung his strong tail and said arrogantly, Yes, Master Dog. With a sway of his body, Lu Shang came to the sky above the city, mustered his strength and shouted, The people inside, listen up. Come out and face your death now. As a mid-divine immortal expert, Lu Shang was very imposing. Moreover, he was shouting with all his strength. His voice was echoing in the sky above the city. It was impossible for people not to hear it. Chapter 1244. City Lord, this isn't good. Jiang Chen is really coming. Someone sensed that something was wrong and immediately stood up from his seat. Everyone on the scene couldn't remain calm anymore. Damn it! How dare this Jiang Chen ignore the rules of the evil lord and attack the other cities in the outer region? Let's go out and have a look. I don't believe that he has the guts to go against the evil lord, unless he doesn't want to live anymore. The city lord gritted his teeth. He still didn't believe in Jiang Chen's guts. Swoosh! Under the lead of the city lord, a few early divine immortal experts flew out of the city. They didn't see Jiang Chen's army, but a dog and Lu Shang. Lu Shang, you good for nothing. How dare you submit to a brat? This is too shameful. Why didn't that Jiang Chen come himself? Could it be that you think that you can fight against us with just a dog? That's too childish. The city lord said sarcastically. My master is going to unify the outer region. He has already given you a chance to live, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Today is the day you die. Lu Sheng clamored. Bullshit. That Jiang Chen is simply courting death. Do you think that the outer region can be unified by anyone? What you're doing has offended the evil lord. Do you know what will happen to you? The city lord said loudly. Cut the crap. You will die today. As for the others, Master Dog will give you a chance to submit to me. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to Master Dog and agree to be Master Dog's human pet, you may be able to keep your lives. De Huang Dog came to Lu Shang and spoke arrogantly. Upon hearing this, the other party was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Damn it! Where did this dog come from? How dare he be more arrogant than us? He even wants to be a human pet. What a joke. Damn dog. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? How dare a dog talk big? Catch this dog and stew it. He's too arrogant. Obviously, they didn't know the scariness of the Huang dog. That was why they made such a fatal mistake, especially those early divine immortal experts who had wasted a chance to live. Looking at their reactions, Lu Shang, who was at the back, could not help but shake his head and sigh. Others might not understand a Huang dog, but he knew him all too well. This dog was definitely not someone to be trifled with. When he was still a heaven immortal, he could already use a formation to stop their attacks, let alone now that he was close to becoming a divine immortal. He didn't know how strong the Huang dog was, but the fact that Zhang Chen was at ease letting him clean up these scattered cities by himself was enough to show how strong the Huang dog was. Courting death. Sure enough, the Huang dog was enraged. This dog had a bad temper to begin with, and he was one that was not to be trifled with. The reactions of these people had undoubtedly provoked the Huang dog. One could imagine their fates. All of them would definitely die a horrible death. The Huang dog let out an angry roar, turned into a golden light and rushed out. Humph! How dare a dog be so arrogant? I'll kill him myself. The city lord was incomparably arrogant. He waved his hand and struck out a dark cloud at the Huang dog. In the face of the powerful attack of an intermediate divine immortal expert, the Huang dog didn't even cast a glance at it. His head glowed with golden light and rammed against the dark cloud. Upon seeing this, the city lord couldn't help but sneer. He knew all too well how strong his attack was. An early divine immortal demonic beast wouldn't be able to withstand it even if it used its full strength, but this dog actually used its head to block it. Wasn't he courting death? However, before the smile on the city lord's face disappeared, it froze completely, because his so-called powerful attack was utterly vulnerable under the attack of the Huang dog's head. It was destroyed like a piece of tofu. The Huang dog's momentum didn't decrease. Instead, it became even faster and more violent. In a blink of an eye, it had reached the city lord. What? The city lord exclaimed in disbelief, but the Huang dog's speed was just too fast. He didn't even have the time to think. It was already too late for him to use all his strength to block the attack. All he could do was strike out a random attack. Bang! However, such a move was useless. There was a fundamental gap between his combat strength and the Huang dog's. His attack still couldn't hinder the Huang dog. The indestructible head of the Huang dog collided with the city lord's chest. Ka-cha! A cracking sound was heard. The city lord was sent flying away. A large part of his chest was caved in and blood was spurting out from his mouth. At this time, the city lord finally felt the threat of death. He knew what a huge mistake he had made. Previously, he only saw Lu Shang and didn't put the Huang dog in his eyes. Now, he finally knew that this dog was the one that could truly kill him. Roar! The Huang dog roared once more. The light wings on his back flashed. In a blink of an eye, he caught up with the city lord, opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the city lord's head. No! The city lord let out a blood-curdling scream. From his scream, one could sense his fear and despair. It was a bone-chilling feeling. Ka-cha! Along with a cracking sound, the city lord's wail came to an abrupt end. The Huang dog was incomparably ferocious. With a single bite, the city lord's head was bitten off. A mid-divine immortal expert died tragically on the spot. Just like that, he was killed by the Huang dog so easily. The rest of the early divine immortal experts hadn't recovered from the ridicule towards the Huang dog. They were completely dumbfounded. The scene of the Huang dog killing their city lord was clear to them. That kind of bloodiness, brutality and cruelty had torn their guts apart. Impossible. How could this be possible? How can this dog be so powerful? They were shocked and frightened. At this moment, they knew that they had made a mistake. Didn't you bastards want to stew Master Dog? Big Yellow bared his fangs and approached them step by step. Feeling the pressure from Big Yellow, the faces of these men turned extremely pale, without any trace of blood. Dog. Master Dog, we are willing to surrender. Please don't kill us. Someone begged for mercy. After witnessing the brutality of the Huang dog, it was impossible for them not to be afraid. Damn it! It's too late. Chapter 1245. Blood mist pervaded the air. The air above the city was filled with a pungent smell of blood. The people below the city shuddered with fear. To them, it didn't matter who was the ruler of this city, but such a battle was something they had rarely seen even in a place like the evil abyss. It could be said that it was their first time witnessing such a battle. De Huang Dog was just too ferocious. This battle had left an indelible shadow in everyone's heart. They were glad that their cultivation base wasn't high, especially those heaven immortal experts of the prefecture. They were glad that they weren't qualified to participate in such a battle. Otherwise, they were afraid that there would only be one outcome for them: death. However, they had also recognized the fact that from now on, the name of this city would be changed to Fragrant Sky City. They even had a feeling that after today, most of the cities in the outer region would become Fragrant Sky City, becoming the unique symbol of Zhongchen. Lu Sheng hung the sign of the Fragrant Sky City outside the gate of the city, and then reorganized the city lord's mansion. Then, he continued to fly towards the other cities at a high speed. Today was bound to be an irresistible force, and the entire periphery was bound to fall into unprecedented turmoil. Hoo-hoo! Waves of wind began to set off in the outer region. It was a gloomy wind, which added a sense of desolation to the already cold place. The air was filled with the smell of blood and remnant souls. That was the qi of death. Wherever Zhongchen went, there would be blood everywhere. Death shrouded the place. Many people were destined to die today, and those who died were all experts and famous figures in the outer region. In the next city, there were 8 cities that had joined forces. It could be said that there were as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. However, under the attack of Zhongchen's camp, there was no difference between 8 cities and 6 cities. The battle was still very fierce, but it ended very quickly. This time, Zhongchen launched an attack. In less than 3 minutes, 5 of the 8 mid-divine immortal city lords were killed, leaving the remaining 3 shivering in fear. Their faces were filled with fear. They had never imagined that Zhongchen would be so powerful, and Zhongchen's courage was beyond their imagination. Don't kill us, we surrender. We are willing to surrender. There was no one who wasn't afraid of death, especially after witnessing the tragic death of their companions. That kind of fear was unimaginable. It was a fear that came from the depths of their souls, an instinctive fear of death. It was like 2 people who knew that they were going to die together. The one who died first would also be afraid, but the one who died last would definitely be more afraid, because he had witnessed the death of his companion with his own eyes, and his heart had suffered greater torment. Shwa! Zhongchen didn't waste any time. The heavenly saint's sword slashed out sharply, beheading 3 people. The last 3 city lords died tragically in his hands. There was no mercy in this place. Zhongchen had once given them a chance, and it was already considered merciful. If they didn't cherish it, then they were courting death. Zhongchen wouldn't give them a second chance, because a person who wasn't ruthless enough wouldn't be able to establish a foothold in the Nifa's abyss. If they weren't strong enough and were defeated by their opponents would never give them the chance to beg for mercy, and they might even die a more miserable death. After killing 8 city lords in one fell swoop, all the early divine immortal experts in the 8 cities were paralyzed with fear. Just like before, none of them dared to resist Zhongchen anymore. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Zhongchen didn't kill them. Killing those city lords was enough to establish his prestige. Furthermore, after occupying so many cities, he would need people to take care of them, and these people would be useful. Up until now, there were already 19 cities in the outer region with the signboard of Fragrant Sky City, which occupied more than half of the cities. Such a scene had never happened in the entire Evil Abyss, let alone in the outer region. There were still 17 cities left. Excluding the 4 super cities, there were still 13 cities that had yet to be conquered. Zhongchen would never stop here. Reporting to City Lord, there are only 13 cities left in the outer region that are controlled by intermediate divine immortal experts. City Lord, there are only 13 cities that are controlled by intermediate divine immortal experts in the outer region. Big Yellow and Lu Shang have already killed one of them. According to Lu Shang's investigation, there are a total of 3 cities in the outer region that haven't allied with the other cities. It's only a matter of time before Big Yellow kills the other 2. There are still 11 cities that we need to deal with. There's also a big city not far from here. It's the place where the experts of 7 cities have united. Our next target is them, Chen Hui said. He had already thoroughly investigated the situation of the entire periphery. Let's kill them. A cold light flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. He would never change his decision. Since he was already here, He had to achieve something great. More importantly, every decision Jiang Chen made had a purpose. To Jiang Chen and the others, the alliance of the 7 cities was still too weak. In just a short period of time, all of them were eliminated. All the city lords died tragically. None of them survived. When Jiang Chen and the others annihilated the 7 cities, De Huangdog and Lu Shang had already eliminated the other 3 cities and came to join them. They were already very close to the middle region. Kaka. This is so cool. Master Dog has killed to my heart's content today. De Huangdog was incomparably excited, wagging his thick tail constantly. Congratulations, Master. Under Master's strong attack, we have taken less than half a day to conquer a total of 28 cities in the outer region. Now, all of these cities have been hung with the symbol of Fragrant Sky City. Such a grand occasion has never happened in the outer region before. Lu Shang clasped his fists at Jiang Chen and said, "There are only 8 cities left." Jiang Chen said in a casual manner, "Yes, City Lord. Excluding the 4 cities that have late divine immortal experts, there are only 4 ordinary cities left. These 4 cities have joined forces, but I'm afraid that they have already known about the situation in the other cities. If I'm not mistaken, they will definitely seek help from the late divine immortal experts. What should we do now?" "Yes, City Lord. But I don't think so," Chen Hui said. "Do what you need to do. Don't stop the plan. Continue to attack. Today, we must conquer the entire outer region." Chapter 1246. The Anyang city was currently in a state of chaos. All the experts of the 4 cities had gathered here. Just like the other cities, they had joined forces to fight against the demon-like Jiang Chen. However, their confidence had been mercilessly destroyed. At this time, everyone's face was filled with panic. They already knew what had happened to the other cities. They would never have thought that Jiang Chen would be this powerful. The whole process was like a hot knife cutting through butter, and he didn't meet any resistance. What made them even more depressed was that Jiang Chen actually dared to do this. In the beginning, they were also certain that Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to launch a large-scale attack. At most, he would destroy a few cities symbolically. The place where they were at was originally very far from the Fragrant Sky City, so it should be the safest place. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen was far more ferocious than they had imagined. It seemed that he was really going to destroy the entire periphery. Moreover, those cities were too vulnerable and couldn't pose any hindrance to Jiang Chen. In less than half a day, all of them were destroyed. To them, this was like a dream. If it didn't happen, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. What should we do? I'm afraid that Jiang Chen will come to kill us soon. We will be his next target. With our current strength, we won't be able to resist him at all. It's almost certain that we will die. Someone said in panic. Damn it, that Jiang Chen is too ferocious. He doesn't even care about the rules of the periphery. He doesn't put the evil lord in his eyes at all. He's so insane. We are also going to die. If we can't do it, why don't we surrender? We can't take our lives as a joke. No, Jiang Chen gave us a chance to surrender. Unfortunately, we didn't go to the Fragrant Sky City to surrender. It's over now. Jiang Chen won't let any of us go. This can be seen from the fact that all the other city lords have died. Jiang Chen is extremely cruel and merciless. However, only people like him can live long in the evil abyss. It's too late for us to surrender now. We must think of another way. At this moment, no one could remain calm. They had to think of a solution as soon as possible. If this dragged on and Jiang Chen arrived, none of them would be able to survive. We have to seek help from the 4 cities in the central region. Only late divine immortal experts can save us. That's right. I believe that they won't just stand by and watch. After all, they don't want to see the periphery fall into the hands of Jiang Chen alone. They aren't fools. They know that once Jiang Chen rises, it will seriously threaten their position in the periphery. There's no time to lose. I'm going to the neighboring city to seek help. As long as there are late divine immortal experts here, we won't have to fear that Jiang Chen anymore. To them, time was too tight. They had to seek help from late divine immortal experts as soon as possible because Jiang Chen could arrive at any time. If they were too late, the consequences wouldn't be something that they could bear. It was precisely because they knew the consequences too well that they were even more afraid. The nearest city to Anyang City didn't have a name, but it was guarded by a late divine immortal expert. At this moment, there was another late divine immortal expert in the city. He was the city lord of the neighboring city. Obviously, they had already heard about what happened to Jiang Chen and knew that the periphery would be in chaos today. That was why they came here to discuss a solution. At this time, the city lord of Anyang City arrived. His name was Mao Shang. He looked flustered. After seeing the two late divine immortal experts, he immediately clasped his fists and saluted. Masters, please lend us a hand. That Jiang Chen is insane and arrogant. Most of the cities in the outer region have been occupied by him. Wherever he went, he killed all of the city lords. Now, he's about to reach Dark Sun City. Please lend us a hand and kill this bastard. Jiang Chen's expression changed drastically. Mao Shang's tone was full of pleading. At this time, seeking help was the only way out. Mao Shang, we have already known about what happened to Jiang Chen. Even if you didn't come, the two of us would have taken action. We would like to see what makes this Jiang Chen so arrogant. How dare he say that he wants to rule the entire periphery? How ridiculous. He doesn't put us in his eyes at all. One of the city lords spoke angrily. No matter how weak the periphery was, there were still 4 late divine immortal experts in the periphery. Not only had Jiang Chen violated the evil lord's order, he also didn't put them in his eyes. How could they tolerate this? Thank you, city lord. It's great to have your leader here. No matter how heaven-defying you, Jiang Chen, is, you can't be a late divine immortal expert. Mao Shang seemed incomparably excited, as though he had found a life-saving straw. He felt much better, as though he had been reborn. However, he had no idea how long this feeling would last. Under the lead of Lu Shang, Jiang Chen and the group of experts came to the sky above Anyang City. At this time, the experts of Anyang City were already waiting outside the city. 2 late divine immortal experts had also arrived. Their arrival and presence had boosted the confidence of the others, reducing the fear they had for Jiang Chen. Not good. Master, there are late divine immortal experts here. It seems like they have asked for help from the 4 cities in the central region. I'm afraid that we are no match for them. Lu Shang said worriedly. How do you know that? Jiang Chen glared at Lu Shang. How dare this bastard say something that would damage their morale? If it wasn't for Lu Shang's good intention, Jiang Chen would have given him a slap. The appearance of the 2 late divine immortal experts was within Jiang Chen's expectation. This was exactly what he wanted. The fact that 2 of the 4 late divine immortal experts had appeared indicated that the 4 of them weren't on good terms with each other. If all 4 of them had appeared, it would be somewhat troublesome to deal with them. Now that there were only 2 of them, it would be much easier to deal with them. The demonic devil chief in Zulong Tower was already strong enough to fight against 2 of them. You are that Jiang Chen? Mao Shang pointed at Jiang Chen and yelled. Jiang Chen sneered and didn't answer the question, because he didn't want to. He didn't come here to talk to them. Jiang Chen, aren't you a little too bold? You are just a mere heaven immortal expert. Do you really think that you can cover the sky with one hand? It's simply ridiculous. A late divine immortal expert spoke. Chapter 1247. Naturally, those late divine immortal experts didn't put Jiang Chen in their eyes. Initially, they thought that Jiang Chen was very powerful. But now, they realized that he was merely a puny heaven immortal with a group of mid-divine immortal experts following behind him. No matter how powerful a puny heaven immortal expert was, how powerful could he be? As for the people around Jiang Chen, they didn't even bother to give them a glance. Jiang Chen, what you have done has aroused the anger of the entire outer region. I advise you to stop as soon as possible. Perhaps, you will still have a chance to live. Mao Shang yelled loudly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen sneered and said indifferently, so what if they're angry? Those who are angry have already been killed by me. Even if you are angry, you will still be killed by me. Dying in my hands is the end of all of you. Even late divine immortal experts will have to die. I have already given you a chance to live, but you didn't know how to cherish it. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, the noses of the 2 late divine immortal city lords almost went crooked. They had seen arrogant people before, but they had never seen such an arrogant person. A puny heaven immortal actually dared to talk so arrogantly, as if in Jiang Chen's eyes, these 2 late divine immortal experts were as weak as dog farts. How could they bear this? Boasting shamelessly. There's no need to talk nonsense with him. Kill this arrogant bastard. The other late divine immortal expert couldn't stand it anymore. They were the experts of the outer region, the pinnacle of existence. No one had ever dared to be so rude to them. Immediately, his chi fluctuated, carrying intense killing intent, and he lunged at Jiang Chen. He wanted to slap this arrogant bastard to death. Only by doing so could he relieve the hatred in his heart and teach Jiang Chen a profound lesson. The power of a late divine immortal expert was completely unleashed. It could only be described as earth-shattering. Chen Hui and the others were scared out of their wits. Lu Sheng, who was standing aside, dared not speak a word. Obviously, they were very afraid of a late divine immortal expert. They didn't even know what kind of means Jiang Chen had to contend against a late divine immortal expert. However, based on their understanding of Jiang Chen, he was quite shrewd at such a young age. Moreover, he appeared to be incomparably calm and confident, which gave them a sense of security in their hearts. Everyone believed that Jiang Chen must have a way to deal with a late divine immortal expert. Otherwise, Jiang Chen wouldn't have come here. Demon leader, it's time to use you. Jiang Chen gave a light shout, and a black light suddenly rushed out from his body. That light rapidly changed, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge monster that was hundreds of feet in size. Roar! The devil aura was monstrous. Its roar shook the 9 heavens. Dense demonic chi and devil chi fused together, forming a dark cloud in the sky. The demonic leader was incomparably brutal. He was pounding his chest and feet. He had almost gone crazy in the Zulong Tower. Now that he was under the control of Jiang Chen, his ferocious nature was still intact. He had witnessed the battle just now and had long wanted to come out and start a massacre. Now that Jiang Chen had released him, it was the perfect time for him to release his depressed chi. Hong. The place where the demonic leader appeared was right in front of the city lord. A huge fist was thrown out and collided with the city lord's attack. Both of them were late divine immortal experts, but the city lord and the demonic devil chief weren't comparable at all. The disparity between them could be seen from the very beginning. Under the powerful punch of the demonic devil chief, the city lord was sent flying away, landing on the spot where he had just attacked. The city lord's facial expression was incomparably unsightly. Although he wasn't injured, the shock brought by the demonic leader's punch was enough to make him suffer. Hua! The scene caused an uproar. Not only was the city lord shocked, even the divine immortal experts of Fragrant Sky City had their mouths wide open. As the people of Evil Abyss, they weren't unfamiliar with the demonic devils of the evil clan. They had more or less interacted or fought with demonic devils. Therefore, they could tell from the chi emitted by the demonic leader that this powerful late divine immortal expert was an expert of the evil clan. My God! It's a demonic devil of the evil clan. A powerful late divine immortal demonic devil. But why would this demonic devil obey the city lord? The city lord must have used some kind of method to subdue this demonic devil. Otherwise, given the ferocious nature of demonic devils, they would never submit to a human for no reason. It seems like the reason why the city lord left for 2 days was to subdue this big guy of the evil clan. I really didn't expect the city lord to have such a method. I really admire him. It turns out that the city lord still has such a powerful trump card. No wonder he was so calm just now. Not even 2 human divine immortals are a match for a late divine immortal demonic devil. Chen Hui and the others were shocked speechless. In just a split second, the way they looked at Jiang Chen had changed. The admiration in their eyes had reached an unparalleled level. It was precisely because they knew how powerful the evil clan was that they admired Jiang Chen even more. The demonic devils of the evil clan were ferocious by nature, and considered themselves to be noble. They would never lower their heads to a human even if they had to die. Therefore, no matter how powerful a human was, it was impossible for him to subdue a powerful demonic devils. However, Jiang Chen had done it. If they didn't witness such a shocking scene with their own eyes, they would never believe it even if they were beaten to death. Each and every one of the experts of Dark Yang City had a change of expression. They could recognize the origin of the big guy at first glance. Without a doubt, it was the demonic devil of the evil clan. Because of this, they were terrified because they knew very well that no one on the scene was a match for this demonic devil. It turned out to be a powerful demonic devil of the evil clan. In the Evil Abyss, the evil clan and the human race are absolutely irreconcilable. Why would this demonic devil help Jiang Chen? Damn it! Could it be that this Jiang Chen has the means to subdue a powerful demonic devil? Mao Shang and the others had the urge to cough up blood. The hope that had just risen was extinguished in an instant. If Jiang Chen had the help of such a demonic devil, their ending today was imaginable. Just like what Jiang Chen had said, even the two mighty late divine immortal experts wouldn't be able to defeat them. They were afraid that the two great experts would have to face the threat of death. Jiang Chen, how dare you collude with a demonic devil of the evil clan? Don't you know that the evil clan and us are absolutely irreconcilable? Chapter 1248. Although the late divine immortal city lord was roaring, it was obvious that he was lacking in confidence. It was hard for him to be confident in the face of a powerful demonic devil leader. At this time, all of them had lost their previous chi and confidence. The appearance of the demonic devil leader had dealt them a fatal blow. At this moment, there was only fear in their hearts, the fear of death. Colluding with the demonic devil? What a joke! Even a fool can see that this demonic chief is just a slave of mine, a killing tool. In my eyes, all the evil clans are just ants. As long as they are subdued by me, they will be completely enslaved by me. If I want them to die, they will die immediately. But now, the ones who are going to die are all of you. But now, the ones who are going to die will be you all. Jiang Chen said lightly, intentionally emphasizing that he had subdued the demonic devil leader. This was the first step for him to get close to the evil lord. He believed that his method of subduing demonic devils would certainly attract the attention of the evil lord and arouse his interest in him. Impossible. The evil clan is extremely ferocious. They will never submit to humans. How can you have the method to subdue them? Mao Shang said aloud. He refused to believe what Jiang Chen had said, but his heart was filled with fear. It didn't matter whether the demonic devil leader had been subdued by Jiang Chen or whether Jiang Chen was colluding with the evil clan. What was important was that Jiang Chen could really control this powerful demonic devil, and this powerful demonic devil was indeed capable of taking their lives. Demonic devil leader, what are you waiting for? Kill them all. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any more time talking nonsense with Mao Shang, so he gave the order to the demonic devil leader. Yes, master. The demonic devil leader didn't dare to neglect Jiang Chen's order. Immediately, he let out a roar and charged at the demonic devil with boundless chi of slaughter and sin. This demonic devil is too powerful. Let's join hands. The city lord who had just exchanged a blow with the demonic devil leader spoke. The two of them exchanged a glance, then unleashed their immortal weapons at the same time, lunging at the demonic devil leader from the left and right respectively. As someone who had dealt with the evil clan many times, they knew very well how terrifying these demonic devils were. Only the two of them could fight this demonic devil leader. As a matter of fact, they knew very well that even if they joined hands, they still wouldn't be a match for the demonic devil leader. Hung Long. The demonic chief's aura was too strong. His entire body was covered in black devil waves. Countless devil waves roared like a vast ocean. Layers upon layers of black waves converged into a peerless devil. That devil's form was illusory and illusory. Layers upon layers, it carried the momentum of swallowing clouds and spitting out fog, as if it wanted to swallow everything. The demonic devil leader's murderous intent soared to the sky. He launched his strongest attack. Such a violent attack could destroy everything. The two city lords could only clench their teeth and endure, displaying their combat strength to the extreme. One had to admit that the two of them had a certain level of strength to be able to become a city lord. Their immortal weapons slashed out 7 colored rays of light. The dazzling rays of light hovered in the sky, projecting a heavenly river. Its power couldn't be underestimated. The two heavenly river fused together and collided with the demonic devil leader's attack in the blink of an eye. Rumble! An earth-shattering boom resounded. The powerful airwaves were enough to destroy everything. The sparks created by the collision formed a sea of fire. The surrounding air was burned and evaporated. Roar! The demonic devil leader bellowed unceasingly. His giant palm struck out once more. Boundless energy was unleashed once more. The two city lords couldn't withstand such a powerful attack. Immediately, they were forced back a dozen steps before they could regain their balance. All the divine immortal experts of Dark Yang City had their faces ashen. These two city lords were their only hope and reliance. Initially, they thought that as long as they had two late divine immortal experts, nothing would be a problem. Even if Jiang Chen had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Who would have thought that a powerful demonic chief would appear out of nowhere? The two city lords were still no match for the demonic chief. If the battle continued on like this, it was imaginable what would happen to them today. They were afraid that death would be the only thing that awaited them. Roar! The demonic devil leader roared once more. He had already received the order from Jiang Chen. Before Jiang Chen gave the next order, he wouldn't stop. Fortunately, the two city lords had a tacit understanding with each other. They were able to fight against the demonic devil leader, but it was hard to say whether Jiang Chen would give them the chance to do so. Ada and Air attack now. Jiang Chen gave the order to Lung Leng. He didn't want to waste any more time. Given the current situation, it would be best to end the battle as soon as possible. Yes, master. Ada and Air had the same status as the demonic devil leader. They were Jiang Chen's slaves. They would absolutely obey any order given by Jiang Chen. The two heavenly devil barbaric bulls also attacked. Their goal was very simple: to entangle one of the late divine immortal experts. The current situation was very obvious. As long as the two of them could temporarily pin down one of the late divine immortal experts, the other one would be killed by the demonic devil leader. You two dead bulls, get lost! When one of them saw Ada and Air rushing towards him, he immediately bellowed and slashed at Ada with his immortal weapon. He didn't put two mid-divine immortal demonic beasts in his eyes at all. Given his strength, he believed that it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill one of them. However, this wasn't the case. The combination of Ada and Air was equivalent to a late divine immortal expert. It might be a little difficult for them to kill a late divine immortal expert, but it wouldn't be a problem for them to entangle the demonic devil. As a matter of fact, Ada and Air successfully entangled one of the demonic devils while the other one fought the demonic devil leader alone. Under the frenzied attacks of the demonic devil, he was injured almost immediately. Jiang Chen stood at the back with his hands clasped behind his back, watching the battle unhurriedly. He didn't even have the slightest intention to join the battle. Given the current situation, there was no need for him to do anything. It's over. It's all over. Chapter 1249. That's right. At this point in time, all they could do was despair. Today was the first time they met Jiang Chen, but they were incomparably clear about Jiang Chen's character and means. Everything that happened in the periphery today was enough to prove it. Haha. The outcome has been decided. They are finished. Chen Hui burst into laughter, feeling incomparably refreshed. It was a kind of carefree feeling that he had never felt before. After staying in Evil Abyss for so long, today was the happiest and most satisfying day for him. Fighting alongside Jiang Chen was a very exciting thing, because he didn't need to think about anything else. All he needed to do was to attack when needed. As for the overall situation, it would be completely under Jiang Chen's control. De Huang, don't just stand there. Let's get down to business. Jiang Chen patted De Huang Dog's head. Alrighty. De Huang Dog stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, then turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Mao Shang and the others. Let's attack too. Chen Hui's chi was like a rainbow as he followed closely behind. Li Si and Lu Sheng also made their move. Their targets were Mao Shang and the other two mid-divine immortal city lords. De Huang Dog could basically deal with the four of them by himself, let alone the fact that it was 4 against 4. It was imaginable what would happen to the four of them. Judging from the current situation, Mao Shang and the others had completely lost their will to fight. They had completely lost their morale. Even without De Huang Dog's help, they wouldn't be a match for them. Chen Hui and the other two were more than enough to deal with them. Stop fighting. We surrender. Mao Shang was completely scared out of his wits. He no longer had the slightest desire to fight. Seeing De Huang Dog rushing towards him, he immediately raised his hands and surrendered. Surrender my ass. How could De Huang Dog give him the chance to surrender? He moved at extreme speed and arrived above Mao Shang's head in a blink. He opened his bloody mouth and bit off Mao Shang's head in the most brutal way. Blood spurted out wildly. A mid-divine immortal city lord was killed on the spot in an instant. The scene was extremely bloody. The people of Darkyang City, who were already scared out of their wits, were now in despair. The shadow of death had completely enveloped them. They didn't even have the chance to surrender. Haha, kill. Chen Hui laughed heartily and charged into the crowd with Li Si and Lu Shang as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They were so excited that they had never been so passionate before. Ah! In just an instant, the place had turned into a reign of terror. Screams lingered in the ears and blood gushed out crazily. Chen Hui and the other two were in a frenzy of killing. They didn't even let the early divine immortal experts off. Chen Hui and the others couldn't. Surrender. We're willing to surrender. Those early divine immortal experts were in complete despair. They roared to surrender and submit. They knew very well of Jiang Chen's means. Normally, city lords would die without any exception, but these early divine immortal subordinates were qualified to surrender. This was their last hope of survival. Make them surrender, Jiang Chen said faintly. His words had given them infinite hope. Those early divine immortal cultivators were moved to tears. Initially, they thought that they were dead for sure. Initially, they hated Jiang Chen to the core, but a single sentence from Jiang Chen had made them feel grateful to Jiang Chen. The remaining 3 mid-divine immortal city lords were already covered with injuries. Surrounded by Chen Hui and the others, their faces were pale to the extreme. Don't talk nonsense with them. Follow Master's order and kill them. Lu Sheng was incomparably ferocious. The immortal weapon in his hand pierced through one of the city lords' chests. At the same time, the other 2 city lords couldn't escape the fate of death either. They died tragically in the hands of Chen Hui and Li Si. At this point, all of the mid-divine immortal city lords in the outer perimeter were dead. As for those early divine immortal city lords, apart from those who were dead, all of them had submitted to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had become the true local despot of the outer perimeter. On the other side, the late divine immortal city lord who was fighting the demonic chief finally couldn't resist any longer. One of his arms was torn off by the ferocious demonic chief. Before he could react, the demonic chief's other hand had already grabbed his head. Ka-cha! The devil claw of the demonic chief was so sharp that it crushed the man's head. Blood splattered everywhere as the man died miserably on the spot. Damn it! The city lord who was entangled by Ada and Air cursed. Both of his eyes were bloodshot. He simply couldn't believe what had happened in front of him. At this point in time, he only had one choice: escape. It was impossible for him to surrender to Jiang Chen. The city lord turned and fled. Nothing was more important than his life. As long as he escaped now, he would have the chance to take his revenge. As a late divine immortal expert, he had some connections with the major powers in the Middle Region. At that time, he could ask the half-step golden immortal experts of the Middle Region to kill Jiang Chen and avenge him. Roar! However, it was impossible for him to escape at this time. The leader of the fiendish demons had completely gone mad. How could he give the city lord a chance to escape? His majestic body directly blocked the city lord's way, completely blocking his way. At this point in time, apart from fear and despair, the city lord was also deeply regretful. If he had known that Jiang Chen was so difficult to deal with, he would have joined forces with the experts from the other 2 cities. At least, the alliance of 4 late divine immortal experts would be much better. Even if Jiang Chen had the demonic chief as his trump card, the outcome of the battle was still uncertain. Even if they weren't a match for Jiang Chen, they could still consider seeking help from the experts in the Middle Region. In that case, at least he wouldn't die. Now that he had fallen into such a situation, it would be hard for him to stay alive, let alone take revenge in the future. He had nothing left. Arg! Finally, under the joint attack of the demonic chief, Ada and Air, the city lord couldn't resist any longer and was brutally killed, leaving only a mist of blood behind. The destructive chi was still lingering in the sky. The air was filled with the strong smell of blood. This place was like an Azura battlefield, a gloomy Azura hell. Kaka. Kid, the outer region is going to be settled soon. De Huang Dog laughed. City Lord, we have already occupied 34 of the 36 cities in the outer region. There are only 2 cities left. They didn't attack us together, said Chen Hui. He was the clearest about the situation in the outer region. Keep attacking. Jiang Chen had no intention of stopping. The matter had already been blown out of proportion. He didn't mind making it worse. There were only 2 cities left. He had no intention of stopping. Today, he was determined to hang the signboard of Fragrant Sky City on all the cities in the outer region. Chapter 1250. In everyone's opinion, it was inevitable that the last 2 cities would fall into Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Chen's means weren't something they could resist. At this time, the last 2 cities could no longer remain calm. At the beginning, No matter how much trouble Jiang Chen caused in the outer region, they didn't care about it at all. They didn't put Jiang Chen in their eyes at all. But now, 2 late divine immortal experts had died in Jiang Chen's hands, and Jiang Chen was able to control a powerful late divine immortal demonic devil. This situation had far exceeded their expectations. I never thought that Jiang Chen would be so terrifying. We have to think of a way to deal with him. Otherwise, we will end up the same as them. That late divine immortal demonic devil isn't a match for the two of us even if we join hands. In EMO City, a late divine immortal city lord was pacing back and forth restlessly. They were well informed and had already known everything. Those 2 bastards are fools. They should have joined hands with us. If the 4 of us had joined hands, Jiang Chen wouldn't have stood a chance at all. Now they have undoubtedly given Jiang Chen a chance to defeat us one by one, putting us on the edge of danger. Another said. Actually, we can't blame them for this. The 4 of us have been friends for a long time, but there has always been a grudge between us. Our relationship isn't harmonious, so it's normal that they didn't look for us to join forces. However, it's useless to talk about this now. That Jiang Chen will be here soon. With his ferocious nature, I'm afraid he won't let us go. The city lord spoke. His tone was filled with worry. No one was afraid of death. Don't worry. Don't forget that Jiang Chen's actions will cause public indignation sooner or later. No one has ever dared to do such a thing in Evil Abyss. Only the evil lord has the sole authority in this place. Anyone who does such a thing is considered as blasphemy and disrespect to the evil lord. I have a signaling spirit talisman from the Middle Region. I will send it out now to inform the experts of the Middle Region about what happened here. I believe there will be experts from the Middle Region coming to help us eliminate Jiang Chen. He seemed a little calm, at least much calmer than the other city lord. Since things have come to this, we can only do this. The city lord of EMO City sighed. As the city lords of the outer region, they were high and mighty. Their lives were extremely comfortable. Therefore, unless it was a critical moment, they would not be willing to deal with the Middle Region. After all, the Middle Region's forces were much stronger than them. If they were to deal with the Middle Region's experts, they would have to lower their heads. Hence, even though they had message talismans that could communicate with the major forces in the middle area, they were unwilling to use them. However, at this critical juncture, it was clear that they had no choice but to seek help from experts. If no one from the middle area appeared, they could only wait to be killed by Jiang Chen. In reality, they did not care whether the outer region would be completely integrated or not. However, they had to care about their own lives. In this world, there was no one who was not afraid of death. The better the life of a person, the more afraid they were of death. This was the law. The other city lord flipped his palm and a light yellow spirit talisman appeared. The spirit talisman gave off a deathly light and looked somewhat mystical. This was a relatively simple message talisman. It could only be used in a certain area. The location of EMO City was very close to the Middle Region. Therefore, as long as the message talisman was sent out, the other side would receive the news very quickly. Pa! A divine sense was instilled into the message talisman. The talisman shattered with a paw and turned into a light yellow flowing light, disappearing into the void. After the message talisman was sent out, the 2 city lords looked at each other and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least, they were not as worried as before. In their opinion, as long as the Middle Region's experts were willing to help, there was nothing to be afraid of about Jiang Chen. Rumble. Not long after their message talisman was sent out, a loud explosion was heard outside the city. The 2 city lords' facial expression changed instantly. They stood up from their seats. Given their experience, it wasn't difficult for them to tell that someone had launched an attack. Jiang Chen is really fast, the city lord of EMO City said in a trembling voice. Almost without thinking, he knew that Jiang Chen had attacked. Apart from Jiang Chen, there was no other person who could attack EMO City at this time. Plus, in the entire outer region, only Jiang Chen would dare to attack EMO City in such a barbaric manner. Let's go out and have a look. Judging from the time, the experts of the Middle Region should be arriving soon. As the city lord spoke, he led a large number of experts from the city lord mansion and flew out. These 2 cities were the most powerful cities in the outer region. They were incomparable to those cities that only had intermediate divine immortal experts, because they had plenty of intermediate divine immortal experts as their subordinates. However, in a battle like this, intermediate divine immortal experts were obviously not enough. Outside Emo City, Jiang Chen was wearing a white robe. He didn't look like a killing maniac at all. However, the outstanding aura radiating from his body was something that no one could compare with. He was the true dragon son of heaven. That invisible aura of a king made him stand out from the rest. No matter where he went, he would always be the center of attention. Not far from Jiang Chen's left and right were the enormous demonic chief and the ferocious Ada and Air. Their killing intent soared to the sky. They were fully prepared for battle and were only waiting for Jiang Chen's order to flatten the city. Jiang Chen, you insane bastard. Do you know what you are doing? The city lord of Emo City shouted at Jiang Chen. His behavior was the same as the previous city lord, berating Jiang Chen, but it was completely useless. Cut the crap. Kill him. De Huang Dog said in an incomparably arrogant manner. Jiang Chen, don't be so arrogant. You have offended the evil lord. You will die sooner or later. You won't be able to be arrogant for long. Besides, we have already sent a distress signal to the middle region. Experts from the middle region will be coming to our aid soon. Another city lord said loudly. Chen Hui and the others couldn't help but shiver when they heard about the experts from the middle region. They had stayed in the evil abyss for a long time and knew that the big cities in the middle region were incomparable to those in the outer region. City lord, I'm afraid that we will be in big trouble if the experts from the middle region come, Chen Hui said with a frown, seemingly a little worried. Leader of the fiendish demons, Ada and Air, go kill them. Chapter 1251. After receiving Jiang Chen's order, the three-headed mad devil immediately let out a wild roar. They were born to kill, especially in this cruel evil abyss. They were killing machines, and wherever they went, they could set off a storm of blood. Hee hee. Upon seeing this, the faces of the two city lords and the divine immortal experts darkened. They knew the terror of the demonic demons too well, especially the demonic leader, who possessed a domineering aura. They wouldn't be a match for him even if they had to fight one against two, let alone the two heavenly demonic barbaric bulls. What should we do? The city lord of Emo City asked. There's no other way. The experts from the middle region haven't appeared yet. We have to fight back. Hopefully, we can hold on until the experts from the middle region arrive. Otherwise, we will definitely die, the other city lord said while gnashing his teeth. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Obviously, he was a ruthless man who could see the situation clearly. He knew that it was useless to say anything at this moment. It was useless to be afraid. Jiang Chen wouldn't let them go. The only way was to persevere in the battle. As long as they could hold on until the experts from the middle region arrived, they would have a chance to survive. The two city lords drew out their immortal weapons. They were two incomparably dazzling immortal swords, looking incomparably valiant. The two of them instantly pushed their battle prowess to the limit and charged at the demon chief, Ada and Air respectively. Rumble. The terrifying sound of collision was heard instantly. The sky above Emo City was instantly ignited. Violent energy was flying everywhere. The evil abyss had always been chaotic. It was the same in both the outer and middle regions, but it had been a long time since the outer region was in such a mess. Usually, it was just a matter of personal grudges or robbing each other's treasures. At most, it would be a conflict between two major cities, which would lead to a war between the two cities. This was the first time that a large-scale war like Jiang Chen's had happened. All the cities in the outer perimeter were involved in this war, becoming the victims of the war and Jiang Chen's stepping stones. The violent energy waves of the battle drifted in the air. The city lord of Emo City could easily fight against Ada and Air. Even if he couldn't kill Ada and Air, he wouldn't be in a disadvantageous position for the time being. However, the other city lord didn't have it so easy. He might fall into danger at any time while fighting against the demonic leader. Although both of them had the same cultivation level, their combat strength wasn't at the same level. The city lord had already vomited blood after exchanging a few blows with the demonic leader. It was conceivable that he would be killed by the demonic leader sooner or later if the battle continued. Damn it! This demonic devil is too powerful. Why hasn't the expert from the middle region come out yet? I can't hold on any longer. The city lord cursed loudly. Such a scene left him speechless, and even filled with despair. The experts from the middle region had yet to appear. If he wanted to rely on himself to fight against the leader of the demonic beasts, it would be an impossible task. Hoo-hoo. At this time, a gust of wind blew across the sky. 3 black silhouettes appeared above Emo City. Their chi was very strong. 2 of them had already reached the late divine immortal realm, which was the same level as the city lord of Emo City. As for the leader, he vaguely sensed the profound chi of Grand Luo. Although the profound chi wasn't very obvious, it was already many times stronger than those late divine immortal experts. This was a mighty half-step golden immortal expert. Such a cultivation base was already very powerful. At least for now, no one on Jiang Chen's side was a match for this expert. Even the mighty demonic devil chief couldn't withstand a single blow from this half-step golden immortal expert. There was no chance of winning. Haha! The expert from the middle region is here. It's Lord Lu and Jiang Chen. Both of you are finished. The city lord who was fighting the demonic leader laughed. With a sway of his body, he got rid of the demonic leader and flew to Lord Lu's side. At the same time, the city lord of Emo City did the same. Both of them cupped their fists at Lord Lu. Master Lu, you're finally here. If you're late, both of us would be dead. That Jiang Chen is insane. He has already destroyed the entire outer perimeter. Our 2 cities are the last ones left. Master Lu, you're finally here. The first demon city lord said. On the other side, their faces didn't look good when they saw the arrival of an expert from the middle region and a half-step golden immortal expert. City lord, the other party has sent a half-step golden immortal expert. Moreover, he is an expert from a major force in the middle area. What should we do now? Chen Hui asked. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a smile. Despite the appearance of an undefeatable half-step golden immortal expert, Jiang Chen didn't show the slightest bit of nervousness on his face, because he had already used the great divination art to divine the situation. Although he might encounter an expert from the middle region in this attack on Emo City, according to his divination, there would also be some accidents on his side, which meant that his plan could still be carried out smoothly. Although Jiang Chen wasn't able to divine what kind of accidents would appear on his side, he still had a certain level of confidence in the great divination art. Don't worry. Jiang Chen shrugged, showing a look of nonchalance. Chen Hui and the others couldn't help but sigh inwardly. They really didn't know where Jiang Chen got his confidence from. That was a half-step golden immortal expert. A mighty half-step golden immortal expert. Jiang Chen was merely a puny heaven immortal. Yet a heaven immortal didn't put a half-step golden immortal expert in his eyes. Perhaps only Jiang Chen could do this in the entire evil abyss. I already know everything that has happened here, Lord Six said faintly. On the opposite side, the 6th Lord said in an indifferent tone. He casually glanced at the 2 city lords, then took a step forward, arriving not far from Jiang Chen. His pair of blade-like eyes kept sizing up Jiang Chen, as if he wanted to see through Jiang Chen. You're that arrogant Jiang Chen? It seems like you're new here, right? You've got some guts. Lord Lu said. His eyes filled with contempt. He was a mighty half-step golden immortal, a high and mighty existence. Naturally, he wouldn't put a puny heaven immortal in his eyes. It was only right for him to look down on Jiang Chen. That's right. I'm Jiang Chen. I advise you not to get involved in the muddy waters of the outer region. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. Chapter 1252. Brat. Do you know what you're talking about? It's understandable for a young man to be arrogant, but if it's just ignorant arrogance, then it's a matter of intelligence. It seems like you don't understand the rules of the evil abyss at all. That's why you did such a thing. No one dares to go against the evil lord in the evil abyss. No one is an exception. Today you will pay a heavy price for what you have done. But I have a question. How did you make the demonic devil of the evil clan obey you? Lord Lu asked curiously. As a half-step golden immortal expert of the middle area, he had more dealings with the evil clan than anyone else. He knew the nature of the demonic devils of the evil clan very well. It was an impossible task to subdue the demonic devils of the evil clan and make them obey one's will and become one's slave. This was something that the evil lord had been trying to do for 10 years, but a heaven immortal brat had done it. How could he not be surprised? I naturally have my own means. What the evil lord couldn't do doesn't mean that others can't. Jiang Chen shrugged and said indifferently. He wasn't in a hurry to act now. He was guessing what kind of miracle would happen to him later. Lord Lu, this brat is too arrogant. He doesn't even put the evil lord in his eyes. Let's not waste time talking nonsense with him. Just kill him and this demonic devil of the evil clan. A late divine immortal expert beside Lord Lu spoke. He couldn't stand Jiang Chen's arrogance any longer. No matter how capable a puny heaven immortal expert was, he didn't have the capital to be arrogant in a place like the evil abyss. One needed capital to be arrogant. All right. I'll kill this demonic devil. You all go and subdue Jiang Chen. Remember, don't kill him. I'm very interested in the means that he used to subdue demonic devils, said Lord Lu. Lord Lu said. The longer he stayed in the Nifa's abyss, the more he knew how powerful the evil clan was. Being able to subdue the demons of the evil clan was something worth pursuing. If he could obtain such a method, he would definitely be able to make a name for himself in the Nifa's abyss in the future. He would immediately be valued by the evil lord, and it would not be impossible for him to be summoned to the city of Nifas to play an important role. However, this was just Lord Lu's imagination. As a matter of fact, it was impossible for him to obtain the edifying light from Jiang Chen. Plus, the edifying light wasn't something that could be learned by anyone. Lord Lu's eyes fell upon the demonic chief in a swoosh. The massive body of the demonic chief trembled. Obviously, he was somewhat afraid of this half-step golden immortal, but the ferocious light in Jiang Chen's eyes stopped him from backing down. The evil chi and slaughter chi radiating from his body intensified. This was the nature of the evil clan. They wouldn't compromise even if they had to die. That was why Lord Lu was surprised that Jiang Chen was able to subdue a demonic devil of the evil clan. Humph! Lord Lu harumphed coldly. All of a sudden, he struck a palm at the demonic devil. An incomparably huge palm fell from the sky and appeared right above the demonic devil's head. Roar! The demonic devil became violent. Devil chi soared up to the sky from all over his body. A dark devil wheel was struck out and collided with the huge palm. The faces of the people on Jiang Chen's side darkened. They didn't seem to have the slightest chance of winning against a half-step golden immortal expert. If Jiang Chen didn't have a more powerful trump card, they were afraid that the outcome today wouldn't be good. Hung Long. Lord Lu and the demonic devil exchanged a blow. After all, Lord Lu was a half-step golden immortal expert. His combat strength was much higher than the demonic devil's. The demonic devil was no match for him and was in a disadvantageous position. Large amounts of black scales fell off from his body and blood kept spurting out from his mouth. He had suffered serious injuries in just one blow. If he was replaced by an ordinary late divine immortal human, he would have been pulverized into powder by now. Not good. We're finished. Chen Hui's face turned pale. The other 4 late divine immortal experts had locked onto them and were ready to strike at any time. The demonic devil was absolutely no match for Lord Lu. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be killed by Lord Lu in at most 3 blows. Little Chenzi, what other trump cards do you have? De Huang Dog asked in a low voice. He knew Jiang Chen very well. At this point in time, he estimated that Jiang Chen didn't have any other trump cards other than the Zulong Tower. Although Jiang Chen's combat strength was pretty good, there was still a gap between him and the half-step golden immortal realm. He was absolutely no match for the demonic devil. I don't have any more. Jiang Chen shrugged, but he didn't look helpless. De Huang Dog rolled his eyes and thought to himself that this bastard was still so calm even though he didn't have any trump cards at all. He was truly inhuman. Jiang Chen, have you seen it now? Your so-called power is nothing in front of me. If you tell me the method that you used to subdue the demonic devils, I can spare your life. I guarantee that I will do what I said. Jiang Chen said with a smile. That's right. Lord Lu looked at Jiang Chen and said with a smile. Unfortunately, your integrity isn't worth mentioning in front of me. Jiang Chen gave Lord Lu a casual glance, still not showing any concern. Fine. Since you don't know the meaning of life and death, I will fulfill your wish. After I kill this demonic devil, I will come and kill you, said Lord Lu coldly. Then, he unleashed another powerful attack towards the leader of the devil beasts. This attack was much more powerful than before. It seemed that Lord Lu didn't want to waste any more time. He wanted to end the battle quickly and kill the leader of the devil beasts as soon as possible. The demonic devil leader widened his eyes. As a powerful expert, he could sense the scariness of Lord Lu's attack and knew that it wasn't something that he could resist. Roar! Just at this moment, a furious roar suddenly rang out from the sky. a gigantic creature with boundless waves of air suddenly appeared. The gigantic creature was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Lord Lu. A terrifying palm slapped out, directly forcing Lord Lu back. This giant monster was also exuding strong evil qi. It turned out to be a powerful demonic devil of the evil clan. Furthermore, its cultivation base was much stronger than the demonic devil leader. Just like Lord Lu, it had already reached the half-step golden immortal realm. With such a cultivation base, not even Lord Lu was a match for it. What? Lord Lu exclaimed. He couldn't believe what he just saw. His first reaction was that this powerful demonic devil was subdued by Jiang Chen, but he couldn't understand it. Jiang Chen was just a heaven immortal. Even if he had the means to subdue a demonic devil, how could a half-step golden immortal be so easily subdued? Chapter 1253. Roar. The fiendish demon roared at the sky, as if it wanted to release all the anger that had been suppressed in its body. Its murderous intent soared to the sky, similar to the demonic chief that was released from the Zulong Tower by Jiang Chen. Looking at the roaring fiendish demon, everyone's facial expression changed. The people of Emo City opened their mouths wide in shock. The atmosphere that had already relaxed became tense again. Of course, Lord Lu was the most shocked, because he had no idea what method Jiang Chen had used to summon a half-step golden immortal fiendish demon to help him. The people on Jiang Chen's side were equally shocked. At this time, the way they looked at Jiang Chen had changed dramatically. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was no longer a young man, but a godlike existence that could always create miracles at the critical moment, as if there was nothing in this world that he couldn't do. My God! That's a half-step golden immortal fiendish demon, but it was subdued by the city lord. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. The means of the city lord has actually reached such a heaven-defying level. Yeah, it's really hard to imagine. No wonder the city lord has always been so confident. It turns out that he has such a powerful trump card. If we follow the city lord's lead in the future, we will surely gain a lot of benefits. It doesn't matter if there are benefits or not. Anyway, we can't betray the city lord. If we betray the city lord, we will surely end up badly. The immortal experts on Jiang Chen's side were talking about it. Each of them was full of admiration for Jiang Chen. That kind of admiration was like a surging river. Each of them warned themselves that they must not have the slightest thought of betraying Jiang Chen. Being an enemy of Jiang Chen was not a good thing. Just from the periphery, those who were enemies of Jiang Chen were all dead. Not even the half-step golden immortal was spared. Jiang Chen shook his head. He didn't dare to accept those admiring gazes, because this half-step golden immortal fiendish demon wasn't edified by him. Little Chenzi, since when did you have the ability to edify this big guy? De Huang Dog asked with a smile. This big guy wasn't edified by me. Jiang Chen shook his head and shouted at a spot in the void. Little monk, since you are already here, why are you still hiding? As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, the void in the distance trembled. A monk wearing a golden kasaya walked out from the void. His body was emitting a dazzling Buddha light, making him look incomparably solemn. One look and anyone could tell that he was an eminent monk. At the sight of the monk, De Huang Dog first rolled his eyes, then jumped up in excitement. That's right, this monk was none other than their life-and-death brother, Tyrant. The appearance of Tyrant surprised both Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, but at the same time, made them feel incomparably happy. Jiang Chen had already guessed that Tyrant would appear the moment the fiendish demon appeared. As a cultivator of the edifying light, he had an extremely keen perception towards the edifying light. There were traces of the edifying light in the body of this half-step golden immortal fiendish demon. Obviously, it had been edified by someone. In the entire heavens and earth, there were only a handful of people who could use the edifying light. If that person could cast the edifying light, appear in front of him at the critical moment and help him when he was in danger, then there could only be one identity for this person, Tyrant. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had no idea why Tyrant would appear in the evil abyss, but they were shocked by Tyrant's cultivation base. This guy's cultivation base had actually reached the terrifying late divine immortal realm. Although he had just advanced to the late divine immortal realm, it was still extremely terrifying. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had been in the immortal world for a longer time than Tyrant, but now that Tyrant had surpassed them in terms of cultivation base, the two of them had the urge to rush forward and give this bald donkey a good beating. Where did this monk come from? Could he be an eminent monk of White Dragon Temple? I don't think so. White Dragon Temple is a super major power in ethereal immortal domain. It's impossible for them to appear in a place like the Evil Abyss. Besides, White Dragon Temple's Buddhist sect has always been low-key. They rarely show themselves. Why did this monk help us? Everyone's eyes fell upon Tyrant. There was also a Buddhist sect in the immortal world. The famous White Dragon Temple was almost the same as the Great Lightning Tune Temple in Saint Origin World. Both of them were the symbol and representative of Buddhist sect. The appearance of Tyrant made everyone associate him with White Dragon Temple. Wakaka, Little Chenzi, De Huang. You two bastards. Grandpa is really tired of looking for you too. However, in the next second, Tyrant's image of an eminent monk vanished completely. He spread his arms and strode towards Jiang Chen. He grabbed Jiang Chen's shoulder and gave him a big bear hug. Before Jiang Chen could react, Tyrant extended his mouth and kissed Jiang Chen's face. Plop. Some of them staggered and fell on the ground. Many of them rolled their eyes. Damn it. His image was completely ruined. Where was the eminent monk? Where was the White Dragon Temple? All the people of Buddhist sect behaved like this. This was really an eye-opener. Fa. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and kicked Tyrant away without any hesitation. He had actually been kissed by a man, and a monk at that. What an illustrious name. Tyrant chuckled and looked at De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog shuddered and quickly distanced himself from Tyrant. In terms of shamelessness and despicableness, De Huang Dog had never admired anyone. Tyrant was definitely one of them. If you dare to kiss Master Dog will bite you to death. De Huang Dog threatened. Fuck you. Who's going to kiss you? Tyrant glared at De Huang Dog. The atmosphere of the scene suddenly became much more lively. The joy of a reunion between brothers couldn't be expressed with words. They had already expressed their feelings for each other in their own way. Little Chinzi, why did you two come to this place? Tyrant asked. Let's not talk about this first. Let us brothers have a good chat after we solve the current situation. Jiang Chen patted Tyrant's shoulder. He had more questions than Tyrant. He knew Tyrant's potential very well, but no matter how great Tyrant's potential was, it was impossible for him to cultivate to such a level in such a short period of time. Tyrant must have obtained something. Previously, Jiang Chen had used the great divination art to predict that a miracle would happen today. He had never thought that this miracle would be his good brother. Nothing could be more perfect than this. Putting aside the fact that Tyrant was a late divine immortal and his combat strength was enough to kill a half-step golden immortal, this half-step golden immortal demonic devil was enough to wipe out everyone present. Therefore, today's battle was meaningless. Chapter 1254. Jiang Chen, do you really want to kill me? Lord Lu said Lang Lang when he saw Jiang Chen's killing intent. Don't you want to kill me? Since you want to kill me, what's wrong with me killing you? Jiang Chen's tone was flat, but it was very reasonable. No one could refute him. The Evil Abyss was a cruel place. Only Lord Lu was allowed to kill others, and no one else was allowed to kill him. Jiang Chen's tone was calm and reasonable. Jiang Chen, don't be too arrogant. I'm a member of a major power in the Middle Region. I'm not someone you can afford to offend. Even if you don't put the Evil Lord in your eyes, you can't afford to offend the major powers in the Middle Region. The power of a true perfected golden immortal isn't something you can imagine. If you kill me today, you'll have to bear the wrath of the Evil Lord and the major powers in the Middle Region. Lord Lu was still unwilling to give up. He originally wanted to escape, but the powerful fiendish devil of the Evil Clan had completely locked onto his aura, making it difficult for him to escape. Why are you still talking so much when you're about to die? Let Grandpa Monk send you off. Tyrant shook his head and said to the demonic devil, Big guy, kill him. If you can't, I'll skin you alive. Roar. After receiving Tyrant's order, the big guy let out a heaven-shaking roar. Devil aura billowed up to the sky, bringing along endless destructive chi waves as he lunged madly at Lord Lu. He had already been edified by Tyrant, which meant that he had become Tyrant's slave. He wouldn't dare disobey any of Tyrant's orders. Run. Lord Lu didn't even think about it. As a person who had a better understanding of the demonic devils of the Evil Clan, he knew very well how powerful this big guy was. Although they were both half-step golden immortals, he wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand in this fight. Only death awaited him. He might have a chance of survival if he ran away. As for the others, he didn't have the ability to care about them. He couldn't even care about his own life and death, let alone the lives of others. Humph! Where will Grandpa Monk put his face if I let you run away? Tyrant had already anticipated this situation. With a sway of his body, he reached the limit and blocked Lord Lu's path in the blink of an eye. Damned bald donkey! Get out of the way! Lord Lu was infuriated. He didn't put Tyrant in his eyes at all. In his point of view, there was no way a late divine immortal monk could be compared to a half-step golden immortal demonic devils. Shwa! The immortal sword in Lord Lu's hand slashed out a resplendent radiance towards the monk. Boom! Tyrant's face was calm. He was also a combat maniac. Although he was only a late divine immortal expert, he could easily deal with ordinary half-step golden immortals. With a wave of his hand, a powerful palm wind gathered to form a huge face of Wisdom King. This was the powerful unmovable Wisdom King seal of Buddha sect. Its power was far beyond any ordinary combat technique. Under the suppression of the motionless Bright King seal, Lord Lu was under endless pressure. He was simply not his opponent, and was sent flying by the monk. And the place where he was sent flying was exactly the direction where the big demon was rushing over. Kacha! The demon's terrifying claws tore at Lord Lu's arms, and with an explosive roar, it tore Lord Lu into pieces. Hiss! Such a scene frightened everyone. Everyone's face darkened. It was too brutal. A half-step golden immortal expert was killed just like that. Tyrant and the demonic devil had joined hands to attack Lord Lu, yet he was killed in just a single move. The whole process was soul-stirring and bloody to the extreme. It's over. It's all over. The city lord of Emo City trembled, finally experiencing the feeling of ultimate despair. A man went from despair to hope, and then back to despair. The ups and downs weren't easy to bear. The ones who felt the most depressed were the two late divine immortal experts who came with Lord Lu. Both of them had the urge to cough out blood, cursing themselves for following Lord Lu here. It was already too late for them to back out now. They weren't fools. They had already seen through Jiang Chen's brutality and overbearingness, plus the rules of the evil abyss. So, they had also fallen into despair. The two of you, if you submit to me now, I will give you a chance. Just as the two of them were in despair, Jiang Chen spoke all of a sudden. He was referring to the two of them. Upon hearing this, the two of them were taken aback for a moment, then overjoyed. Compared to death, submitting to him was a better choice. In a place like the evil abyss, nothing was better than living a good life. We are willing. The two of them didn't dare to show any neglect. Immediately, they approached Jiang Chen and bowed deeply to Jiang Chen. Although they had never thought that they would have to bow to a heaven immortal one day, they were willing to do so at this moment. Jiang Chen, we also submit. The city lords of Emo City and another city spoke. Seeing that Jiang Chen had allowed the two of them to submit, they saw a glimmer of hope. Kill them. Jiang Chen didn't even glance at them before he gave the order. Jiang Chen, why did you accept them and not us? The city lord of Emo City's face turned pale. That's because I've already given you a chance. I won't give my enemies a second chance. They're different, so I'll give them a chance. If they're unwilling to submit, they'll end up the same as you. Jiang Chen said indifferently, completely ignoring the despairing expression of the other party. Roar! The bulky demonic devil roared furiously and struck out a palm all of a sudden, turning the two city lords into meat paste on the spot. The two city lords were late divine immortal experts, but they couldn't withstand a single blow from the bulky demonic devil. At this point, all the cities in the outer region had been conquered by Jiang Chen. The 36 cities originally had 36 names, but now there was only one unified name: Fragrant Sky City. Tyrant and Jiang Chen stood together. Everyone was looking at this little monk with trepidation. The scariness of Tyrant wasn't only because he had subdued a mighty half-step golden immortal demonic devil, but also because of his terrifying combat strength. When he was fighting Lord Lu just now, his strength had been fully revealed. Little Chen, chaos follows you wherever you go. I've been in Evil Abyss for a long time. Today, the outer perimeter is in chaos, so I came here to have a look. Only then did I realize that you're the root of the chaos. Haha, but this is exciting. We brothers can't live too peacefully in the immortal world. Chapter 1255. That's for sure. The outer region is just the beginning. Tyrant, let's go have a drink and have a good chat. Jiang Chen put his arm around Tyrant's shoulder and flew towards the direction of the mansion. The two brothers hadn't seen each other for a long time and they had a lot to talk about. Chen Hui, although we have now ruled the entire outer region, I'm afraid it won't last long. I'm afraid that the major powers in the middle region won't let us go after we killed that Lord Lu. Plus, the outer region has been completely unified. Very soon, the evil lord in the city of Sin will be alerted. I don't think our days will be easy. Li Si said worriedly. What's there to worry about? With the city lord around, we don't need to think too much. When the critical moment arrives, the city lord will naturally have a plan to deal with it. Chen Hui shrugged. He now had complete admiration for Jiang Chen. He felt that there was nothing in this world that could baffle Jiang Chen. Now, they wouldn't even care about the major powers in the middle region. That's true. Li Si smiled, feeling that he was worrying too much. This kind of worry wasn't something he should have. Even if someone had to worry, it should be Jiang Chen. Let's go. The outer region has just been unified. We still have a lot of things to do, said Chen Hui. Now that all 36 cities were under the control of Jiang Chen and the plaque of Fragrant Sky City was hung on it, there were still a lot of internal problems that needed to be solved. Jiang Chen wouldn't personally deal with these small problems, so the task naturally fell on their shoulders. In the mansion of EMO City, there were only 3 people, Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog and Tyrant in the huge hall. The others had been chased out by Jiang Chen. Naturally, the 3 brothers had a lot to talk about. The others would only be a hindrance if they stayed here. Jiang Chen roughly told Tyrant about his and De Huang Dog's experience in the immortal world. After listening to it, even though Tyrant was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but be shocked. Kid, you won't have peace no matter where you go. You're only a heaven immortal, but you already have a half-step immortal king as your enemy. But I believe that Tian Muyun will die in your hands sooner or later. Tyrant said. He had inexplicable confidence in Jiang Chen, just like the others. Back in Saint Origin World, Jiang Chen had created countless legends and miracles. He would do the same in the immortal world. Monk, how's your family? Jiang Chen asked. He was very worried about the situation at home. Everything is fine at home. The Saint Origin world has been completely unified. No one dares to disobey the martial Saint dynasty. You don't have to worry about this. By the way, when I ascended, Sister Ning and Little You had also reached the standard to ascend. 1 day in the immortal world is equivalent to 1 year in the underground world. I'm afraid that they have already ascended to the immortal world, but I don't know where they have ascended to. Tyrant said. Jiang Chen nodded. He was already mentally prepared for this. When he first met Han Yan, he had already guessed the situation of their ascension. Their talents were about the same, so the time of their ascension wouldn't be too different. He was afraid that they had already ascended to the immortal world by now. Ah Yan has now gone to the region outside One Line Sky, but he should have the ability to protect himself. I'm not worried about him. I'm more worried about Little You and Sister Ning, but the immortal world is too vast. It's too difficult to encounter them. We can only rely on our luck, said Jiang Chen. Yan Qinyu and Wu Ningzhu were the most important people in his life. If something happened to them, it would be a huge blow to Jiang Chen. Of course, he still had to look on the bright side. I'm rather unlucky. When I ascended, I entered the evil abyss directly. That's why I had no way to find A Yen and the others. I never thought that I would meet the 2 of you in the evil abyss. My first goal in coming to the immortal world has been achieved, Tyrant said with a smile. As a matter of fact, ever since he knew that he had entered the evil abyss, he didn't have much hope in finding Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog. Being able to meet them here today was a miracle. Tyrant couldn't help but feel happy and excited. Damn monk, how can your cultivation be so terrifying? Did you get something good in the evil abyss? De Huang Dog asked. That's not it. Do you still remember the stone tablet in my hand? Tyrant said. Yes, that stone tablet is incomparably mystical. It's not an ordinary object. Could it be that your progress is related to the stone tablet? Jiang Chen asked. That's right. Tyrant flipped his palm and the blood-colored stone tablet immediately appeared, floating back and forth in his palm. Sensing the aura emitted from the stone tablet, Jiang Chen's body and mind couldn't help but tremble. He could actually sense a familiar aura from the stone tablet. The aura of the Zulong Tower. That's right. It's the aura of the Zulong Tower. This aura didn't come from the same source as the two treasures. Instead, it came from the aura of the two treasures. Primordial, ancient, noble, and both had the aura of a supreme being. For example, if the Zulong Tower was compared to a supreme god, then the stone tablet in Tyrant's hand would be another god. This stone tablet is indeed extraordinary. It's actually on the same level as the Zulong Tower, surpassing the primordial supreme divine weapon. It's ancient and ancient. Tyrant's luck is really good. Jiang Chen was shocked. He had seen a stone tablet before, but it didn't have such an aura. But now it did. It seemed like Tyrant had touched something inside it. I have a certain understanding of the origin of this stone tablet. This is a tablet left behind by the first generation of Buddha during the primordial era. It's called the God Trembling Tablet. The essence of the ancient Buddha was left behind by me. It's precisely because I touched this essence that I obtained great benefits. Because of that, my cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. I obtained a cultivation method of the Tao Light Buddha body from the God Trembling Tablet. If I successfully cultivate it, I can merge with the God Trembling Tablet. However, cultivating the Tao Light Buddha body isn't something that can be done in a short period of time, Tyrant said. After listening to Tyrant's words, Jiang Chen and a Huang dog looked at each other and sighed. This guy's luck was really good. No wonder he could achieve so much in such a short period of time. It seemed like not only his current achievement, but his future achievements would also be limitless. Sooner or later, he would become a supreme being of the Buddha sect. As brothers, they were very happy for Tyrant's achievements. Tyrant was an orphan who was raised by Great Master Ran Feng from a young age. It wasn't an easy life for him. Chapter 1256. Little Chenzi, now that the outer region has been completely unified and you've killed Lord Lu, I'm afraid you'll attract a lot of trouble. Also, what you've done has offended the evil lord. Do you think he'll make things difficult for us? De Huang dog asked with a hint of worry in his tone. To be honest, the purpose of my actions is to attract the attention of the evil lord. What do you think is the biggest dream of the evil lord? Jiang Chen looked at Tyrant and De Huang dog with a smile. Of course, it's to rule the entire evil abyss and get rid of the evil clan. Tyrant and De Huang dog spoke in unison almost without thinking. The evil lord had been here for 10 years and his goal was known to everyone. The evil lord had used his strength to help humans occupy half of the evil abyss and stand on equal footing with the evil clan. This was already very impressive, but it was impossible for the evil lord to get rid of the evil clan and become the true master of the evil abyss. That's for sure. However, if a man can truly subdue a big clan and make the evil clan submit to him and become his slave, the sense of accomplishment would be far more satisfying than just annihilating the evil clan. Jiang Chen said with a smile. I know. Your real purpose is to let the evil lord see that you have the ability to subdue the demonic demons of the evil clan. This ability is something that the evil lord doesn't possess. Therefore, the evil lord will definitely be very interested in you. Now that Tyrant is here and has also subdued a powerful demonic demon, it'll be hard for the evil lord not to notice us. Haha, this is indeed a good move. De Huang dog was very intelligent. He instantly guessed Jiang Chen's intention. Therefore, even if the major forces in the middle region want to touch us, the evil lord won't agree to it. Compared to his ultimate plan, the outer region is nothing. Jiang Chen smiled. He was very intelligent, especially after cultivating the great divination art. Everything he did was within his expectations. He had once used the great divination art to divine the existence of the evil abyss. He believed that he and the boss of the evil abyss wouldn't become enemies. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen also wanted to meet the evil lord. From a certain perspective, he and the evil lord were the same kind of people. They both had extraordinary fighting spirit and were unwilling to be mediocre. That was why the evil lord created this region of humans. Little Chen is right. We don't need to do anything now. All we need to do is wait. The evil lord will come to us, and for us, we have to get in touch with the evil lord because we can't stay in a place like Evil Abyss forever. We have to leave this place sooner or later, but the passageway is controlled by the evil lord, so we have no other choice. Che. Smart. Jiang Chen gave Tyrant a thumbs up. It was easy to enter the evil abyss, but difficult to leave. The only exit was in the hands of the evil lord. That was why Jiang Chen would do anything to attract the evil lord's attention. Only by getting in touch with the Evil Lord would they have a chance to leave this place. The middle region of Evil Abyss. The division of the region here was similar to the outer region. The number of cities here wasn't as much as the outer region, but each of them was much larger than the cities in the outer region. There was a city that was the closest to the outer region. It was filled with smoke and fog. The air above the city was tumbling and filled with evil chi. This was one of the cities in the middle region, guarded by a true golden immortal expert. At this moment, in the city, a group of higher-ups was gathered together. The one sitting at the head of the table was a man who looked to be in his 40s. He had a full beard on his face and looked incomparably majestic. The chi that he exuded was enough to make one's soul tremble. There was a strong profound meaning of great luo on his body. That was the sign of a golden immortal. Unlike a half-step golden immortal, his cultivation base had already reached the early golden immortal realm. A powerful golden immortal would be able to do well no matter where he went. Even in the evil abyss where the competition was incomparably cruel, he could still become a city lord. There were several powerful experts sitting below. 2 of them had already reached the half-step golden immortal realm like Lord Lu. No one would dare to disobey such a powerful force in the outer region. At this moment, the city lord was very angry. His eyes were bright and everyone could feel his anger. Arrogant. He's too arrogant. Not only did he rule the outer region, he even dared to kill the people in the middle region. This Jiang Chen is too audacious. The city lord angrily slapped the handle of the chair next to him, turning the handle into powder. City lord, that Jiang Chen thinks that he's extraordinary just because he has some talent. He's lawless and doesn't put anyone in his eyes, including the evil lord. Now that he has killed our half-step golden immortal experts, I think we need to teach him a lesson. A half-step golden immortal spoke while gnashing his teeth. It seemed like he had a deep hatred for Jiang Chen. That's right, city lord. If we let such a person go, he'll definitely become a great threat in the future. Plus, if we don't do anything when our people are killed, we'll be laughed at by others. Another half-step golden immortal said. All right, all of you follow me. We'll rush to the outer region and eliminate this arrogant kid. We'll let him know what kind of place Evil Abyss is. Not everyone can act so presumptuously. The city lord suddenly stood up from his seat. His killing intent soared to the sky. He was ready to strike. At this moment, a man ran in from the outside in a panic, holding a message talisman in his hand. Why are you so flustered? The city lord asked with a frown. City lord, this is a talisman from the city of Sin. It's for you, city lord. The man said and handed the talisman to the city lord respectfully. The city lord didn't dare to show any neglect. The city of Sin was the hinterland of Evil Abyss, the place where the evil lord resided. The talisman that was sent from there was the decree of the evil lord. A divine sense entered the talisman, causing it to explode instantly. At the same time, an incomparably deep and majestic voice was heard. From today onwards, no one in Evil Abyss is allowed to touch Jiang Chen. That was the voice of the evil lord. It was a simple sentence, but it carried an inviolable dignity. There was no explanation, no need for any explanation. This was an order that no one would dare to disobey. This sentence represented the attitude of the evil lord towards Jiang Chen. Such an ending was exactly what Jiang Chen had expected. Chapter 1257. The talisman disappeared along with the evil lord's voice. The entire hall of the city lord's mansion fell into a dead silence. Everyone, including the city lord himself, was dumbfounded. They didn't know what was going on. What's going on? Why would the evil lord issue such an order? He's telling everyone in the Evil Abyss that he's going to protect Jiang Chen. What's the background of Jiang Chen? Why would he be protected by the evil lord after disobeying the evil lord? What's the purpose of this? Everyone was puzzled. They didn't know the meaning behind the evil lord's actions. According to them, it was normal for the evil lord to fly into a rage. After all, Jiang Chen's actions in the outer perimeter had completely offended the dignity of the evil lord, causing him to lose a lot of face. Even so, the evil lord didn't get angry. At least, he didn't look angry on the surface. They believed that the evil lord's message talisman wasn't just sent to this city. All the cities in the Evil Abyss had received the same order. In other words, even if Jiang Chen did whatever he wanted in the Evil Abyss, he would still be safe because he had the evil lord's support. What else could he fear? I've already guessed the evil lord's intention. The city lord regained his senses and sat back on his seat. The evil lord's talisman had forced him to give up on the idea of dealing with Jiang Chen. Just like what he said before, no one in the evil abyss would dare to disobey the evil lord, let alone him. Moreover, he wasn't Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen could remain unscathed after offending the evil lord and was even protected by the evil lord. However, the city lord didn't think that he had the ability to do so. If the evil lord wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to survive even if he had 100 lives. What? Could it be that Jiang Chen is an old acquaintance of the evil lord? Someone asked. It's definitely not an old acquaintance. Don't forget about Jiang Chen and the monk who appeared last. They can command the powerful fiendish demons of the evil clan to fight. If I'm not mistaken, the evil lord must have taken a fancy to their ability to subdue fiendish demons. That's why he came out to protect them. The city lord said. The fact that he could become a city lord in a place like the Nifa's Abyss was enough to show that he was not an ordinary person. The city lord was quite smart and quickly figured out the key points. After the city lord's reminder, the others also understood. That's right. The evil lord's greatest wish is to eliminate the evil clan and truly rule the entire Nifa's Abyss. However, this wish is undoubtedly very difficult to achieve. For the past 10 years, he has only been able to contend with the evil clan as an equal. Now that Jiang Chen has appeared, he has seen a glimmer of hope. If he can use some means to control the evil clan and make them his slaves, it will be far more satisfying to him than directly eliminating the evil clan. A half-step golden immortal said. All of them had figured out the crux of the matter. In that case, they could understand the evil lord's decision. City lord, what should we do now? Don't tell me we're just going to let this matter go? One of them asked. His tone was obviously filled with unwillingness. So what if we don't? Do we dare to defy the evil lord's order? Let's just let this matter go. Let that Jiang Chen be the king in the outer region as long as he doesn't come to the middle region to cause trouble. The city lord waved his hand and said in a helpless tone. Although he didn't want to let this matter go, he had no choice but to let it go since the evil lord had intervened. If he touched Jiang Chen and ruined the evil lord's grand plan, he would have to bear the consequences. At the same time, all the cities in the middle region had also received the evil lord's order. In an instant, Jiang Chen's name resounded throughout the entire Nifa's Abyss. Almost everyone knew about him. In the entire Nifa's Abyss, there had never been anyone who could be protected by the evil lord. Jiang Chen was the first. Moreover, Jiang Chen's actions were truly amazing. Although many of them hadn't seen Jiang Chen's appearance, every one of them admired Jiang Chen. He was a peerless madman and only a peerless madman could do such crazy things. After Jiang Chen took over the outer region, he had been staying in Emo City without leaving. Tyrant and De Huang Dog accompanied him as they waited for the evil lord's summons. Unfortunately, a month had passed and the evil lord didn't come looking for them, nor did he issue any orders to them. The entire Nifa's Abyss was incomparably peaceful. It could be said that this month was the most peaceful since the Nifa's Abyss came into existence. Especially in the outer region, there weren't even any fights. Occasionally, 1 or 2 demonic demons would appear, but they would be easily killed. Tyrant and the others started to feel nervous. They really couldn't understand what the evil lord was thinking. The current situation was obviously very abnormal. Little Chenzi, what's going on? Logically speaking, the evil lord should be summoning us to Nifa's city. Why is he ignoring us? It has already been a month. Tyrant said. Indeed. The evil lord's thoughts are really unpredictable. He didn't allow the experts in the middle region to touch us and he didn't come looking for us. Could it be that he's just going to leave us hanging? De Huang Dog also sighed. Despite his unparalleled intelligence, he couldn't figure out the reason behind the evil lord's actions. Jiang Chen's face was full of smiles. According to his expectation, the evil lord should have come to find him a long time ago, but the evil lord had been indifferent all this time. However, the evil lord's performance made Jiang Chen think more highly of the evil lord. If the evil lord couldn't wait to come looking for them or coerce them to hand over the means and methods to subdue the demonic demons, Jiang Chen would look down on the evil lord instead. A person who only knew how to act recklessly would never achieve great things. Now, it seemed that the evil lord didn't let them down. He was a person who could keep his composure. However, it made sense. They had already waited for 10 years. A few more days wouldn't matter. The evil lord is watching. Jiang Chen said. Watching what? Tyrant asked. He wants to see our methods more clearly. If my guess is correct, this month of peace is only the calm before the storm. I've used the great divination art to make a prediction. In less than 3 days at the very most, something big will happen. Jiang Chen said. What's going to happen? De Huang Dog's ears pricked up as he asked curiously. I can't say for sure, but I'm sure it's within the evil lord's control. Let's just wait. Chapter 1258. Demonic invasion. Although Jiang Chen had said so, De Huang Dog and Tyrant were still worried. After all, they had never seen the evil lord before and knew nothing about him. However, since Jiang Chen was proficient in the great divination art, they could only wait. On the 3rd day, late at night. Roar! An earth-shattering roar tore through the night sky, echoing through the entire EMO city. It floated in the air and didn't stop for a long time. After the first roar, more and more roars rang out, one after another. For a moment, the entire EMO city seemed to have fallen into an endless region. At this moment, all the cultivators in EMO city were alarmed. Everyone became alert. As people who had lived in the evil abyss for a period of time, they were no stranger to this roar. It was the roar of the demonic demons of the evil clan. This kind of situation had never happened before. This was the place where humans lived, the territory of humans. Since the arrival of the evil lord, there had not been a large number of demon beasts appearing here for a long time. Tonight, there were suddenly so many demon beasts dancing around. Something big was definitely going to happen. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in shock. Sure enough, they are coming. Let's go out and have a look. After saying that, Jiang Chen flew out of the mansion with Tyrant and a Huang Dog. At the same time, a group of divine immortals also flew out. At this moment, EMO City was completely surrounded by demonic demons. As far as the eye could see, the sky was filled with black demonic waves. Majestic demonic demons were everywhere. Each and every one of them was roaring and roaring. The scene was so shocking that it made people's hearts tremble. There were at least 100 demonic demons here and the number was still increasing. Such a scene made people's hair stand on end. It was as though some kind of passage had been opened, allowing a large number of demonic demons to suddenly descend upon EMO City. What's going on? EMO City is the territory of humans. Why are there so many demons from the evil clan all of a sudden? What happened? Someone exclaimed. Everyone's face turned extremely pale. This was the most fundamental fear towards the demonic devils. Each demonic devil of the evil clan was more ferocious and powerful than the previous one. Now, a dark mass of demonic devils had appeared here, and their numbers were increasing. It would be a lie to say that they weren't afraid. Little Chenzi, it seems like this is the evil lord's method. Tyrant smiled and said. Chen Hui. Jiang Chen shouted coldly. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Chen. It was Chen Hui. At this moment, Chen Hui's expression was very ugly. He had been in the evil abyss for a long time and had dealt with ordinary demons, but this was the first time he had encountered such a scene. This was no longer a simple battle, but a war between humans and the evil clan. There had been battles like this in the past, but they were all led by the evil lord. Ever since the evil lord had unified this place, there had not been such a battle for a long time. Is there a passageway that connects to the evil clan? Jiang Chen asked. Chen Hui thought for a moment, then his eyes suddenly lit up. Reporting to City Lord. In the past, before the evil lord came, there was only a powerful evil clan here. It is said that the space here isn't stable and there are passageways everywhere. Later on, the evil lord occupied half of the region and sealed many of the passageways with some kind of method. The appearance of so many demonic devils today must mean that the passageway that connects to EMO City has been opened. Chen Hui said. As soon as Chen Hui's voice faded, Lu Xing flew over and reported with a frightened face. Reporting to Master, a large number of demonic devils have also appeared in Darkyang City. What about the situation in the other cities? Jiang Chen asked. The other cities are still fine. No demonic devils have appeared for the time being. Lu Xing said. After listening to Lu Shang's words, Jiang Chen immediately understood. He couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. With his intelligence, he had already guessed the key point. Little Chenzi, what's going on? Tyrant asked. It's obvious now. The evil lord purposely opened up 2 passageways to test our capabilities. Tyrant, go to Dark Sun City and kill all the fiendish demons. Remember, keep the corpses of the fiendish demons for me. I have to thank the evil lord for this. Jiang Chen said to Tyrant. The situation was very clear. The evil lord was still doubtful about the means Jiang Chen and Tyrant used to deal with the demonic devils. Therefore, he wanted to see it with his own eyes. That was why he purposely opened 2 passageways to test Jiang Chen and Tyrant's capabilities. To Jiang Chen, this was great news. His Zulong Tower needed the blood and essence of these demonic devils. However, Jiang Chen didn't dare to barge into the evil clan. The demonic devils that appeared in front of him were all within his ability to deal with. More importantly, after a month of rest, Jiang Chen's foundation had completely stabilized. It wouldn't be a problem for him to kill these demonic devils and use the Zulong Tower to advance to another level. Therefore, he naturally had to thank the evil lord for sending these demonic devils into his pocket. Understood. Tyrant was also a smart man. He immediately understood Jiang Chen's words. Since the evil lord wanted to see their means, they should put up a good performance. Tyrant's Buddhist cultivation technique was the nemesis of demonic devils. His edifying light was even more terrifying. This time, he would definitely be able to broaden the horizons of the evil lord. Tyrant and a Huang dog left for Darkyang City to kill the demonic devils. Jiang Chen stayed behind in Emo City. He had been waiting for more than a month. If he didn't make a move now, his body would become rusty. The roars of the demonic devils were getting more and more terrifying. Like endless waves, they swept across the entire Emo City. In just a short while, the number of demonic devils had reached thousands. A large number of demonic devils had begun to attack. The gate of Emo City had already collapsed. A large number of demonic devils had begun to attack in a frenzy. City Lord, what should we do? Chen Hui asked. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. It was natural for him to be a little nervous. Kill. Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to Chen Hui. The Heavenly Saint's sword appeared in his hand. At the same time, he transformed into his dragon form and rushed forward. The demonic chief, Ada and Air followed suit. Such a battle was nothing to Jiang Chen. He had experienced many more abnormal battles. Swoosh. Chapter 1259. The corpses of the demonic devils that were killed didn't fall from the sky, but were absorbed by an unknown force. After being nourished by the demonic devil's blood essence and chi essence, the Zulong Tower trembled slightly. The 17th floor began to condense bit by bit. Jiang Chen's attack shocked a lot of people, especially those experts who had surrendered to him. Each and every one of them gaped in shock. Although Jiang Chen had unified the outer region with irresistible force in the battle a month ago, Jiang Chen didn't attack. Many of them hadn't seen Jiang Chen's attack, so they had no idea about Jiang Chen's combat strength. Judging from the surface, Jiang Chen was after all a young intermediate heaven immortal expert. How powerful could he be? But at this moment, Jiang Chen's attack was like a thunderbolt. The early divine immortal demonic devils weren't a match for him at all. They seemed so vulnerable in front of Jiang Chen. How could they not be shocked by this? This was their first time seeing such a terrifying genius. As a matter of fact, not to mention early divine immortal demonic devils, Jiang Chen could even kill intermediate divine immortal demonic devils with a single strike. After all, he could already kill intermediate divine immortal experts in his half-dragon form. With the help of the great divination art, he could even deal with late divine immortal experts. As for these evil clan demonic devils, Jiang Chen had already restrained them. When they fought with Jiang Chen, they couldn't even exert their full combat strength. This was also the reason why Jiang Chen was able to subdue the demonic devil chief. Roar! The demonic devil chief and Ada and Air were also murderous devils. They charged straight into the demonic devil army and started a fierce battle. Ada and Air were still fine as those demonic devils would fight back with all their might. But the demonic devil chief made many demonic devils panic. They couldn't understand why the demonic devil chief would come to kill them and stand with the humans. Such a thing had never happened before in the entire evil clan. Although the evil clan was ferocious, they had their own pride. It was impossible for them to surrender to a human, let alone the leader of a tribe. But the reality was the reality. Even if they couldn't understand it, they had to fight back with all their might. Otherwise, too many demonic devils would die in the hands of the demonic devil chief. The battle was incomparably intense. Every demon that was killed would be completely absorbed by the ancestral dragon pagoda to increase Jiang Chen's cultivation. This was an incomparably horrifying scene. Even the corpses of the demons disappeared. This was too scary. Kill! Chen Hui bellowed and led the divine immortal experts of EMO City towards the demonic devils. They had a few late divine immortal experts on their side, which was their main force. Now that their city lord had joined the battle, there was no reason for them to stay behind and watch. A large amount of blood essence and chi essence were being absorbed, especially those divine immortal demonic devils. Their blood essence and chi essence were incomparably vigorous, bringing great benefits to Jiang Chen. Very quickly, the 17th floor of the Zulong Tower was fully condensed. The number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had increased by a lot. His cultivation base was advancing towards the late heaven immortal realm. A large number of demonic devils died tragically in Jiang Chen's hands. More demonic devils appeared in the sky above EMO City. To Jiang Chen, the more demonic devils there were, the better it would be. This was the effect he wanted. Every demonic devil was nourishment for him and the Zulong Tower. One of his main reasons for coming to Evil Abyss was to kill these demonic devils. Since the evil lord had unknowingly helped him, Jiang Chen naturally had to cherish it. I can't go on like this. The evil lord must be watching in the dark. I have to display the means that the evil lord wants to see. Jiang Chen thought. He was afraid that his strength had shocked the evil lord, but this was absolutely not what the evil lord wanted. What the evil lord really wanted was to see him display the edifying light. Jiang Chen wasn't a fool. He naturally knew what to do. Edifying light. Jiang Chen gave a light shout. The radiant edifying light shot out like a spiritual snake. The light swept across a dozen demonic devils. These demonic devils weren't very strong. The strongest one was an early divine immortal expert while the weakest one was a heaven immortal expert. Given Jiang Chen's current cultivation base, edifying Ada and Air and the demonic devil chief was already a very good result, but it wasn't a problem for him to edify the weaker demonic devils. After being edified by Jiang Chen, the eyes of these demonic devils instantly became incomparably docile. Kill them. As soon as Jiang Chen gave the order, the dozen demonic devils dared not hesitate. They immediately turned around and attacked the other demonic devils. The sudden change in the situation had thrown the demonic devils into chaos. Many of them were screaming, not knowing what was going on. The scene became even more chaotic. The way the people of EMO City looked at Jiang Chen had changed once again. He was able to make his enemies kill each other with just a simple gesture, greatly relieving their pressure. Such an ability was just too abnormal. They had no idea what Jiang Chen had done to those demonic devils, but such a method was just too heaven-defying. Roar! What happened? The evil clan's demonic beasts were on the verge of losing their minds. Just a moment ago, they were fighting side by side with each other. In the next moment, the evil clan's demonic beasts turned around and attacked them. Moreover, the evil clan's demonic beasts were incomparably ruthless. Roar! It was a pity that the demonic devils who were edified by Jiang Chen didn't care about this. They were now completely obedient to Jiang Chen and only to Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen asked them to kill, even if it was their own father, they would do it without hesitation. Due to the limitation of cultivation, the number of demonic devils that Jiang Chen could edify was still not too many. However, now that Jiang Chen's cultivation was increasing and the Zulong Tower was also condensing, the number of demonic devils that he could edify would also increase. When he could edify a large number of them, the demonic army would collapse by itself and he would be able to reap the benefits. Finally, the demonic devils noticed something. They knew that those who were edified were no longer their own people. They had become killing machines for others. Immediately, they no longer showed any mercy and started killing crazily. Soon, the dozen demonic devils that were edified were all killed. However, before the demonic devils could recover from their shock, another 20 demonic devils were edified and started killing their own people. Heavens! What did the city lord do to them? That's too terrifying. Yeah, this method is simply heaven-defying. No wonder the evil lord thinks highly of it. If this goes on, the demonic army will be defeated. Chapter 1260. The roars shook the sky. The battle was incomparably intense. The sky above EMO City had been turned upside down by the battle. A large number of demonic devils kept appearing, sweeping away the clouds. Jiang Chen had unfolded the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. After the 17th floor was condensed, the 18th floor began to condense. Jiang Chen had absorbed a considerable amount of energy from the Zulong Tower. New dragon marks kept appearing in his Qi Si. In the direction of Dark Yang City, Tyrant was using the same method as Jiang Chen. He edified a large number of demonic devils and made them kill each other. This method was done to show the evil lord. Since the evil lord had opened 2 passageways, he must be paying attention to the situation here. After a large number of demonic devils were killed in Dark Yang City, Tyrant kept all the corpses. He knew that these corpses would be of great use to Jiang Chen, so he must not waste them. It had been a long time since such a war had taken place in the Evil Abyss. Ever since the Evil Lord had taken over half of the Evil Abyss, although there were frequent conflicts between humans and demonic devils, it had been a long time since such a large-scale war had taken place. In the inner region of the Nephas Abyss, within the city of Nephas, there was a man dressed in a black robe. His figure was ramrod straight, and his aura was like a sharp sword soaring into the sky. He looked to be in his 30s and was very young. His eyes were very bright, and his chiseled face was very angular, making him look very handsome. This was a man who looked like a fantasy. His brows were filled with ambition. There were a few experts standing beside him. These experts stood motionless, not even daring to breathe heavily. If one took a closer look, one would find that these experts' cultivation base had already reached the terrifying Golden Immortal realm. The weakest among them was an intermediate Golden Immortal, and there were a few late Golden Immortal experts. The cultivation base of this man was the most terrifying. His body was constantly surrounded by dense spatial currents. That was the power of space. This was a person who had truly mastered the spatial law, a true immortal king. Half-step immortal kings couldn't be compared to him. In the Nephas Abyss, there was only one powerful immortal king. Similarly, there was only one person who could stand at the peak of Nephas City. The combination of these 2 factors was enough to prove the identity of this man, the Evil Lord. That's right, he was the Evil Lord. The young Evil Lord was very different from what people had imagined him to be. At this moment, there was a huge mirror hanging in front of the Evil Lord. This mirror was huge, with a circumference of 3 to 4 zhang, and it looked like a screen. At this moment, the Evil Lord and the others were looking at the mirror. There were 2 scenes shown on the mirror. It was the battle between Emo City and Dark Yang City. Just like what Jiang Chen had guessed, the battle situation in Emo City and Dark Yang City was arranged by the Evil Lord. Now, looking at the situation in the mirror, not to mention the others, even the Evil Lord himself was incomparably shocked. His eyes sparkled with brilliance. What a good Jiang Chen! To think that he could give me such a big surprise. His talent is far above mine. A mere heaven immortal has such terrifying combat strength. I'm afraid that even the geniuses of the major powers in the center of ethereal immortal domain can't be compared to him. The corner of the Evil Lord's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. He couldn't help but praise Jiang Chen. Unlike Tian Muyun, the way the Evil Lord looked at Jiang Chen was filled with admiration while Tian Muyun was filled with jealousy. Master, I don't know what kind of method this Jiang Chen and that monk have used to make those demonic devils listen to them, causing the demonic devils to kill each other. This method is simply heaven-defying, said Jiang Chen. That's right. I think this should be something from Buddha sect. Buddha sect has always been the nemesis of demonic devils, but this Jiang Chen isn't a Buddha sect disciple. How could he use such a method? Look at that ray of light. Wherever it goes, the demonic devils will submit to it. It's terrifying. My lord, if we can also obtain this method and ability, we can completely subdue the evil clan. Your great undertaking will be completed. The few golden immortal experts were shocked beyond words. They had fought countless battles with the demonic devils of the evil clan. They knew all too well about the terror of the demonic devils of the evil clan. The scene in front of them was simply unimaginable. It had completely exceeded their imagination. I have once come into contact with the eminent monks of White Dragon Temple. I know that Buddha sect has a supreme secret scripture called the Edifying Light. It can be said to be the natural enemy of all evil in the world. It seems like the light that Jiang Chen and that monk used is the Edifying Light. The Evil Lord said. His words implied that even if he had walked out of the evil abyss, his identity wouldn't be ordinary. One should know that those who could come into contact with White Dragon Temple in ethereal immortal domain weren't ordinary people. My lord, since they have such a method, Why don't we capture them and force them to hand over the cultivation method of the edifying light? A late golden immortal expert said. What do you know? The edifying light is a sacred item of Buddha sect. Only those who are fated can cultivate it. There are so many eminent monks in White Dragon Temple, but none of them know how to use it. This little monk has a deep affinity with Buddha. That's why he was able to cultivate the edifying light. I have observed that Jiang Chen is also a person with great luck. I think he must have had a lot of fortuitous encounters. As for us, even if we have the cultivation method of the edifying light, we won't be able to cultivate it. The evil lord said. He was very self-aware. What's Lord's plan now? One of them asked. We must not make Jiang Chen our enemy. This person's luck is exceedingly high. His future will be limitless. Plus, I need their help to unify the entire evil abyss. I will close the passageway later. After Jiang Chen has killed all the demonic devils, I will personally summon him to Evil City, said the evil lord. The reason why he didn't look for Jiang Chen before was because he didn't trust Jiang Chen's ability. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, apart from being shocked, he was also pleasantly surprised. To put it bluntly, the emergence of Jiang Chen had given him hope. With the help of Jiang Chen and Tyrant, he would have the chance to unify the entire evil abyss and even the entire evil clan. The passageway between Emo City and Darkyang City was suddenly closed. The demonic devils of the evil clan no longer appeared. It was only a matter of time before Jiang Chen and Tyrant killed all the remaining demonic devils. At this time, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had reached 600,000, just enough to break through to the late heaven immortal realm. Chapter 1261. Hoo-hoo. Jiang Chen's Qi began to roar. A large number of immortal metastones were being refined. The amount of immortal metastones left behind by Ouyang, he was enough for him to advance to the golden immortal realm. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't need to worry about immortal metastones at all. 600,000 dragon marks were completely condensed. Jiang Chen's cultivation base had successfully advanced to the late heaven immortal realm. However, this wasn't the end. There were still a lot of demonic devils. A large number of them had been absorbed by the Zulong Tower. At this moment, the 19th level of the tower had begun to condense. Based on the current situation, it wouldn't be a problem for the 19th level to be completely condensed. City Lord, the passageway has been closed. Chen Hui spoke. His face was filled with excitement. He had never felt so refreshed after being in Evil Abyss for such a long time. He had to admit that fighting behind Jiang Chen was a very exciting thing. Chen Hui had to admit that fighting behind Jiang Chen was a very exciting thing. I know. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a smile. How could he not understand this situation? The evil lord's goal had been achieved and he had seen what he wanted to see. There was no point in releasing the demonic devils anymore. Moreover, if this continued, the higher-ups of the evil clan would be alarmed sooner or later. At that time, incomparably powerful demonic devils would appear. Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to deal with them. Frah, frah. The remaining demonic devils were still roaring in rage. More and more of them were edified by Jiang Chen and were now fighting with the other demonic devils. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but admit that the edifying light was the perfect way to deal with demonic devils. 10 minutes later, all the demonic devils in the sky above Emo City were wiped out. Surprisingly, there wasn't even the slightest smell of blood in the air. There wasn't even a single corpse of a demonic devil. It was as if all the demonic devils had vanished into thin air. It was as if they had never appeared before. Thinking of how Jiang Chen absorbed the corpses of the demonic devils with a special method, they couldn't help but feel terrified. That's right, it was indeed horrifying. No matter how smart they were, they couldn't explain Jiang Chen's methods at all. Such methods were truly terrifying. Chen Hui, the demons won't come again. You take a rest here. Jiang Chen looked at Chen Hui and said, Yes, City Lord. Chen Hui did not dare to slight Jiang Chen's words at all. He was now completely subdued by Jiang Chen. Even though he was different from Lu Shang and had not been planted with a spiritual foreseed by Jiang Chen's strength had already planted a seed in the depths of his heart, making him not dare to have any thoughts of betrayal towards Jiang Chen. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen vanished. His next destination was Darkyang City. The battle between Tyrant and a Huang dog should have ended by now. There were still a large number of demonic devil corpses waiting for him to absorb. He couldn't afford to miss such a huge amount of energy. When Jiang Chen arrived at Darkyang City, just as he expected, all the battles had ended. Tyrant and a Huang dog had settled everything. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood and the mountains of demonic devil corpses. Little Chenzi, you have advanced again. Tyrant was incomparably happy to see Jiang Chen advancing to the late heaven immortal realm. He knew Jiang Chen very well. He knew that Jiang Chen was a super abnormal bastard. Killing those who were stronger than him was as easy as having a meal. Every advancement represented a whole new level of terror. Jiang Chen didn't say much to Tyrant. Immediately, the Zulong Tower was deployed. An enormous invisible gate enveloped the mountain-like corpses. In just a blink of an eye, all the demonic devil corpses disappeared, completely absorbed by the Zulong Tower. Wang Wang, the Zulong Tower let out a buzzing sound that echoed in the void. 10 minutes later, the buzzing sound disappeared. The 19th level of the Zulong Tower had been fully condensed and half of the 20th level had been condensed. At the same time, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had reached 630,000. As long as he condensed another 20,000 more, he would be able to advance to the half-step divine immortal realm. The current Jiang Chen could easily kill a late divine immortal expert in his half-dragon form. Coupled with the great divination art, he could even fight an ordinary half-step golden immortal expert. It was afraid that only he, Jiang Chen, could have such terrifying and heaven-defying combat strength. The outside of the Zulong Tower was radiating an ancient blood-red light. The dragon marks on the surface of the Zulong Tower had become more profound and distinct. The entire Zulong Tower looked incomparably mystical, giving people a spiritual pressure. The Zulong Tower can only be used as a tool for escaping and hiding. Its other abilities have yet to be developed. If I'm not mistaken, the 99-level Zulong Tower needs to condense the 33rd level in order to develop new abilities. There's still a long way to go. Jiang Chen sighed. He had always been concerned about the abilities of the Zulong Tower and was looking forward to it very much. He believed that the Zulong Tower wouldn't disappoint him. The 99-level Zulong Tower could be considered as the complete stage. The 33rd level was just the first step. Jiang Chen cultivated the dragon transformation skill and had a telepathic connection with the Zulong Tower. Basically, he could guess that as long as the 33rd level of the Zulong Tower was condensed, a new ability would be developed, which would certainly surprise him. The number of demonic devils that attacked this time was not small. If it wasn't for the fact that Tyrant's demonic devil corpse had lost too much of its essence, it could have helped the condensing of the 20th level of the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen might even be able to break through to the half-step divine immortal realm. However, Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry. He had never been greedy on the path of cultivation. He would take it step by step steadily. The benefits he had obtained today had made him very happy. Plus, the war with the demonic devils had just begun. There were incomparably large amounts of resources here, which was enough for Jiang Chen to reach a terrifying level. Little Chunzi, what should we do now? Tyrant asked. Wait. The evil lord will surely come to us or summon us to Evil City. Jiang Chen said, then brought Tyrant and a Huang dog into Darkyang City. Currently, the entire outer region was his territory. He could go wherever he wanted. In this outer region, he, Jiang Chen, was the absolute king. No one dared to defy him. Chapter 1262. What are you doing? De Huang dog asked curiously. I'm trying out the great divination art. Ever since I advanced to the heavenly vision realm, my great divination art hasn't improved at all. Now that we're in a different space like the evil abyss, I wonder if I can divine some clues about one-line sky. Jiang Chen said. Although he was currently in the evil abyss, his mind was still in one-line sky. After all, he would return to one-line sky sooner or later. To him, the evil abyss was just a road on the road ahead. Tianji was still in Tianyun Pavilion, and so was Tian Muyun. Some grudges had to be resolved sooner or later. But as Jiang Chen operated the great divination art, the heavenly vision acupoint between his eyebrows began to emit a buzzing sound. Specks of light flickered, causing Tyrant to click his tongue in wonder. This guy really knows everything. He has even learned the divination art. I wonder what level he will reach in the future. Tyrant said enviously. Although he had a profound Buddha nature and was hopeful of attaining the Tao Radiance Buddha physique, he felt that he was still lacking when compared to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was the one who truly possessed great luck. He would become a true superior sooner or later. He was an omnipotent existence. Genius was no longer enough to describe him. Anything difficult would become extremely easy for Jiang Chen, be it combat techniques, cultivation techniques, or any domain that he had never touched before. As long as he touched it, he would be able to master it very quickly. Other than being speechless, there was no other word to describe such an abnormal being. A few minutes later, Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. 2 bright rays of light shot out from his eyes, causing the void in front of him to tremble. What did you divine? De Huang Dog had an idea. He knew Jiang Chen too well. Just by looking at Jiang Chen's reaction, he could guess that Jiang Chen must have deduced something. Otherwise, Jiang Chen wouldn't have such a big reaction. Sure enough, something big has happened in One Line Sky. Jiang Chen said. What big thing? Tyrant asked curiously. I don't know either. My great divination art is only at the heavenly rush realm. My divination ability isn't that strong. I can only deduce a rough idea. Divination art shows that something big is about to happen in One Line Sky. If I return, I will definitely obtain great benefits. Jiang Chen said. He wasn't able to deduce what exactly was going on, but something was definitely going to happen in Frontline Sky. Moreover, the great divination art was guiding him to return to Frontline Sky. If he missed it, his losses would be huge. Are you going back? De Huang Dog asked. Of course, I have to participate in the big event in One Line Sky. When I meet the Evil Lord, I will think of a way to get the Evil Lord to open a passage for me to return to One Line Sky. Jiang Chen said. For him, the Nifa's Abyss was not a big deal for the time being. With his current cultivation base, it was impossible for him to go against the Nifa's clan. Whoosh! As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, a silhouette suddenly appeared in the hall. This silhouette moved at an extremely fast speed like a ghost. Jiang Chen and the others raised their heads and saw an old man with a smile standing in front of them. The old man had a profound cultivation base. He was an intermediate golden immortal supreme expert. Almost without thinking, Jiang Chen knew that this old man came from Sin City. He was sent by the Evil Lord to summon him. Sending an intermediate golden immortal expert to greet him was already giving him a lot of face. From this aspect, it could be seen that the Evil Lord attached great importance to Tyrant and Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I was sent by the Evil Lord to bring you to Sin City. The old man behaved very amiably and expressed his attitude. All right, please lead the way, senior. Jiang Chen stood up from his seat. Both parties were well aware of each other's purpose, so there was no need to be pretentious. Moreover, the Evil Lord had never failed to invite anyone. Even if he didn't have any purpose, Jiang Chen still had to give face to the Evil Lord in order to survive an evil abyss in the future. Hee, little brother. You're really a young talent. It didn't take you long to conquer the entire outer region. Furthermore, the Evil Lord didn't blame you at all and even invited you personally. Such a special case has never happened in Evil Abyss before. The old man chuckled, attaching great importance to the way he addressed Jiang Chen. After all, he had witnessed Jiang Chen's means. Even though he was a golden immortal expert, as long as he wasn't a fool, he could see how great Jiang Chen's potential was. Moreover, Jiang Chen was a person that the Evil Lord had taken a liking to. It would only be beneficial for his future development if he had a good relationship with such a person. Senior is too polite. It's my honor to be valued by the Evil Lord, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Although the old man in front of him looked amiable, Jiang Chen knew in his heart that anyone who could survive in a place like Evil Abyss was a ruthless character. Under the guidance of the old man, Jiang Chen brought De Huang Dog and Tyrant along with Yan Qingqing and Huang Ying. The biggest purpose of his trip to Sin City was to escort the 2 girls out of the Evil Abyss. After all, it was too dangerous for them to stay in a place like Evil Abyss. The city of Nifas was located at the very center of the Nifas Abyss. It was an incomparably huge city with mottled scratches all over its walls, indicating that the city had existed for a long time and that there were traces of battles left behind. The huge Sin City had a circumference of thousands of miles, almost the size of a country in the secular world. Even if one stood far away, one could feel the noble aura of this place. However, underneath this noble aura, it was still filled with evil and slaughter. As a matter of fact, no matter where one went, even in a place ruled by the Evil Lord, such an aura could not be avoided. This was because evil and slaughter were unique to the Evil Abyss. It was like something ingrained in one's bones that could not be changed. The evil lord could change the overall situation, but he couldn't change the origin of a world. What a huge city! Yan Qingqing couldn't help but sigh. She had lived in Yen City since she was young, but how could the small Yen City be compared to the Sin City? There was no comparison at all. No matter how one looked at it, the gap between the two cities was huge. It was only natural for Yan Qingqing to be shocked. You are the first person from the periphery to enter Sin City so easily. Chapter 1263. Little brother Jiang Chen, the Lord is waiting for you in the city. Let's go now. The elder said with a smile. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. The group flew into Sin City and headed towards the prefecture. In Sin City, only golden immortal experts had the right to fly in the sky. Jiang Chen and his friends were considered as an exception. This was the difference between their status and status. Naturally, the treatment they received was different as well. The City Lord Mansion. The huge City Lord Mansion looked incomparably luxurious. Every corner of the mansion exuded a noble aura. After Jiang Chen and the others arrived, a few beautiful women immediately came out to welcome them, treating Jiang Chen as a distinguished guest. Little brother Jiang Chen, let these two ladies rest in the prefecture first. We'll go and meet the Lord. The elder said. Jiang Chen nodded and turned to Yan Qingqing and Huang Ying. Qingqing, Sister Ying, you two rest here first. I'll come and find you when I'm done. Be careful, big brother Jiang. Yan Qingqing nodded. She and Huang Ying weren't dissatisfied with such a decision. They knew very well that their status wasn't high enough to meet the evil lord. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, they wouldn't even be qualified to step into this place, let alone be treated as a distinguished guest. Don't worry. Jiang Chen patted Yan Qingqing's shoulder. He had an indescribable feeling towards Yan Qingqing. This woman was infatuated with him, but he didn't know where to put this infatuation. He decided not to think about it for the time being and focused on his cultivation. As for the matters of love, he would take it one step at a time. Under the lead of the elder, Jiang Chen and his friends arrived at a hidden parlor. The elder didn't enter the parlor and left immediately. It seemed like the evil lord wanted to meet Jiang Chen and his friends alone. Junior Jiang Chen greets the evil lord. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at the door of the parlor. He didn't barge in recklessly. Come in. An incomparably clear voice sounded from inside. Then, the door of the living room was opened. Streams of light shone out from inside. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and led Tyrant and a Huang dog into the living room. After entering the living room, the scene inside immediately changed. The surroundings were filled with variegated spatial auras. It turned out that this place looked like a living room from the outside, but it was an independent space inside. This space wasn't big, it was only the size of a living room, but it existed independently. Obviously, this space was personally created by the evil lord. It was integrated with a living room, but the situation inside was completely sealed. If someone from the outside wanted to enter, it would definitely not be as simple as entering a living room. Creak. After the door was closed, a figure appeared in front of Jiang Chen and the others like a ghost. This man had a tall stature, but he couldn't be considered as muscular. He was wearing a black robe, and a smile could be seen on his angular face, making him look extremely handsome. He was the evil lord. While Jiang Chen was sizing up the evil lord was also sizing up Jiang Chen. Both of their eyes were filled with astonishment. There was no way that Jiang Chen wouldn't be surprised. In his opinion, the evil lord was at least in his 40s or 50s. He was a majestic and domineering figure, but he didn't expect the evil lord to be so young. He seemed to be around the same age as Tian Muyun. This had completely overturned Jiang Chen's impression of the evil lord. At the same time, Jiang Chen's evaluation of the evil lord had improved a lot. A young man who had cultivated to the immortal king realm was even more terrifying than Tian Muyun. Moreover, the evil lord was able to rule half of the evil abyss. One could only imagine the means he had at his disposal. From this aspect alone, the evil lord was definitely a rare genius. Jiang Chen admired him. As for the evil lord, although he had seen Jiang Chen through the mirror, he was still shocked when he saw him in person. This was because Jiang Chen was too young, and his body exuded a noble aura. That was the aura of a true dragon and son of heaven. He was high and mighty, born to be superior, noble and proud. Not only Jiang Chen, but also Tyrant and De Huang. One should know that if it was someone else standing in front of him, even if that person was a golden immortal, he would be submissive and wouldn't even dare to breathe loudly. But these two people and a dog in front of him, apart from looking a little surprised at his appearance, were very calm and composed. Ordinary people couldn't be compared to their temperament and composure. From this aspect, it was enough to show that Jiang Chen and the others were people who had seen the world. Jiang Chen, you are different from what I imagined you to be, the evil lord said with a smile. He didn't put on any airs. My lord is also different from what I imagined you to be. But this side of you has made me admire you even more. Jiang Chen said with a smile. How could a heaven immortal brat say that he admired the evil lord in front of the immortal king realm? This was a funny thing. He was afraid that only Jiang Chen would dare to say such words. However, the evil lord wasn't angry because he could see that Jiang Chen was an extraordinary person. People like Jiang Chen were always prideful. To be admired by the other party was something to be proud of. Sometimes, being admired was far better than being feared. Jiang Chen, you are a smart man. You should know why I'm looking for you, right? The evil lord went straight to the point. Of course. My lord has been in the evil abyss for 10 years. Your main objective is to conquer the entire evil abyss and eliminate the demonic devils of the evil clan. However, the demonic devils of the evil clan are deeply rooted in this place. Coupled with the fact that the environment here is extremely beneficial to them, it's almost impossible to eliminate them. On the other hand, we have the means to subdue and restrain the demonic devils of the evil clan. Therefore, as long as we work together, it's not impossible to unify the evil abyss. Jiang Chen said. He didn't like to beat around the bush. He liked to get straight to the point. Work together? Aren't you afraid that I'll force you to hand over the means to subdue the evil clan? You should know that if I learn the means, I won't need your help at all. Moreover, if I want it, you won't have any other choice. The evil lord said with great interest. Hee. If my lord had such thoughts, we wouldn't be standing here talking to you. It's true that we are powerless to resist if you want to attack us. But my lord also understands that even if you obtain the means, you won't be able to cultivate it. Jiang Chen chuckled. There was no need to hide anything when talking to a smart person. Chapter 1264. Haha. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, the evil lord burst into laughter. He looked at Jiang Chen with eyes full of admiration. Today was the first time he met Jiang Chen. This young man had left a deep impression on him. Wisdom, courage, calmness, and all the aura that a successful person should have were vividly displayed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you're a smart man. I also like to make friends with smart people. You're right. The technique that you guys used should have originated from the supreme edifying light of Buddha sect. I've only thought of this after seeing the little monk. I've communicated with the eminent monks of White Dragon Temple before, and I've heard about the edifying light. I'm not fated with Buddhism. So even if you guys tell me the cultivation method of the edifying light, I won't be able to cultivate it. So I need your help. The evil lord said. Hearing that the evil lord had seen through their edifying light, Jiang Chen and Tyrant were somewhat surprised. Their view of the evil lord changed once again. It seems that the evil lord isn't an ordinary person. Ordinary people don't have the opportunity to come in contact with the eminent monks of the White Dragon Temple. However, I have a good impression of this person. Maybe it's worth befriending him. Jiang Chen thought to himself. The evil lord had unknowingly revealed his extraordinary identity. Even after leaving the evil abyss, the evil lord was still not an ordinary person. In other words, if Jiang Chen befriended the evil lord, it might be beneficial for him in the future. By now, Jiang Chen basically knew that the evil abyss was just a place for the evil lord to temper himself. It was just that the duration of the tempering was longer. Once the evil lord had completed his task of unifying the evil lord, he would no longer have the slightest hope in this place. At that time, the evil lord would surely leave. The evil lord and Jiang Chen belonged to the same kind of people. They would never rest and would always need challenges. The evil abyss and the demonic demons of the evil clan were the biggest challenges for the evil lord. After completing this task, he would look for more challenges. That's right. You and I have a cooperative relationship. You want to use my method to unify the evil abyss. To me, the demonic demons of the evil clan are the greatest nourishment for my cultivation. I cultivate a special technique that allows me to absorb the essence and blood of demonic demons to improve myself. Therefore, our cooperation is a win-win situation. Jiang Chen said without any concealment. This was his purpose. It was impossible for him to tell the evil lord about what happened in the Zulong Tower. However, it was also a fact that he had absorbed the essence and blood of demonic demons. He believed that the evil lord had seen everything that happened in Emo City and Darkyang City. Therefore, there was no need for him to hide anything. Good. It's a pleasure to cooperate with a smart person. Jiang Chen, I have to say that you are the most powerful young genius I have ever seen. Perhaps we can become friends in the future. My real name is Yang Bufan. The evil lord is a title given to me by everyone after I came here. The evil lord said with a smile. There were only a few people in the entire evil abyss who knew his real name. Now that he had taken the initiative to reveal his real name, it was enough to show his sincerity in befriending Jiang Chen. Brother Yang is frank and straightforward. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Yang Bufan. His impression of Yang Bufan had increased. Both of them were smart and not easy to deal with. Jiang Chen could tell that the other was a forthright person. Jiang Chen liked to make friends with such people. The two of them could be said to hit it off very well. In the entire evil abyss, not even a late golden immortal expert would dare to address the evil lord as Brother Yang. But Jiang Chen addressed him as such. In Jiang Chen's heart, he didn't feel that he was inferior to Jiang Chen. As for the gap in their cultivation base, Jiang Chen was confident that Jiang Chen would catch up with him sooner or later and even surpass him. Similarly, Yang Bufan didn't show any displeasure towards the way Jiang Chen addressed him. In fact, he was rather happy about it. In the evil abyss, everyone was afraid of him. Although he felt that he was high and mighty, he also felt lonely at the top. The appearance of Jiang Chen gave him a different feeling. Furthermore, he believed that given Jiang Chen's talent, Jiang Chen's achievement was destined to be limitless. It wouldn't be an insult to him even if they addressed each other as brothers. Brother Yang, although we have already formed an alliance, my cultivation base is still weak. I won't be able to provide any help if we start a war with the evil clan now. As for how to deal with the evil clan, we still need to think about it in the long run. Jiang Chen said. Getting back to the main topic, although his first meeting with Yang Bufan was very pleasant, it was time to talk about the crucial issue. I know that. Dealing with the evil clan isn't something that can be done in a day. I have waited for 10 years. I will do my best to provide you with the greatest convenience in a place like the evil abyss to improve your strength, said Yang Bufan. He was a smart man. He naturally understood what Jiang Chen meant. To him, he had already waited for 10 years. There was no need for him to waste any more time. The most important thing now was to help Jiang Chen improve his cultivation base. Since they had decided to be friends, they must be sincere. To be honest, Brother Yang, I'm proficient in the great divination art. Previously, I have divined that something big is going to happen in One Line Sky. So I want to go back first. This big event may be a rare opportunity for me. I hope that Brother Yang can help me open the passageway to One Line Sky. After the matter in One Line Sky is settled, I will rush back immediately. Jiang Chen said that this was one of the biggest reasons he came to Evil City this time. If it wasn't because he had divined that something big was going to happen in One Line Sky, he was afraid that he wouldn't go back. After all, Evil Abyss was a good place for him to train. But now that he had divined it, he had to go back and have a look. Otherwise, Jiang Chen's mind wouldn't be at peace. Does Brother Jiang want to go back? Yang Bufan was stunned. He really didn't expect that Jiang Chen would ask to leave at this time. Don't worry, Brother Yang. This time, I will go back alone. Tyrant and De Huang will stay behind to assist you temporarily. They can check on the recent movements of the evil clan. Emo City and Darkyang City have killed a large number of demonic devils. I'm afraid that this matter will stir up the evil clan. Jiang Chen said. In order to make Yang Bufan feel at ease, he must leave Tyrant and De Huang Dog behind so that Yang Bufan wouldn't have any ill feelings towards them. All right. In that case, I will open the passageway to One Line Sky for you. When you come back, we will complete the great undertaking together. Chapter 1265. Thank you, Brother Yang. Jiang Chen cupped his fists at Yang Bufan. Apart from relying on the evil lord, there was no other way to get out of Evil Abyss successfully. From this, It could be seen that everything Jiang Chen did after coming to Evil Abyss was incomparably wise. If he had just been hiding and being unknown after coming here, he wouldn't have what he had today. Tyrant and De Huang Dog silently gave Jiang Chen a praising look. A true successful person would always be able to achieve great things at any time that ordinary people couldn't. No matter where he went, no matter when, he couldn't live a mediocre life every day, because that would be wasting away his time. Jiang Chen had always been good at creating miracles. To Jiang Chen, everything in Evil Abyss was a miracle that he had created. After coming to Evil Abyss for a little more than a month, he had already ruled the periphery and even made friends with the high and mighty Evil Lord. Perhaps only Jiang Chen could do such a thing. "Brother Jiang, I'll open the passageway to One-Line Sky for you now," said Yang Bufan. A talisman appeared in his hand. The talisman exuded a strong spatial aura. It was the spatial talisman. In other words, all the passageways that were connected to Evil Abyss were under Yang Bufan's control. "Hold on, Brother Yang. Hold on, Brother Yang. I've brought 2 girls with me this time. They're my friends. They entered the Nepha's Abyss by accident. With their cultivation, they'll only be a burden if they stay here. Moreover, they're not used to the environment here. I'll take this opportunity to bring them away from this troublesome place." Jiang Chen spoke. Yan Qingqing and Huang Ying must be taken out of this place. Staying here was a form of oppression. Yang Bufan nodded. Immediately, he made a grabbing motion towards the void. The space flickered and filled with light and shadow. 2 figures were pulled out by him. They were the panic-stricken Yan Qingqing and Huang Ying. This was the ability of an immortal king. A casual move could shake the spatial laws, topple mountains, and overturn seas. It was omnipotent. The 2 women were originally guests in the city lord's mansion. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew on their bodies and brought them here. This kind of situation would be alarming for anyone. However, when the 2 of them saw Jiang Chen and the others, they breathed a long sigh of relief. "Brother Jiang." Yan Qingqing arrived beside Jiang Chen. "Qingqing, elder sister Ying, why aren't you 2 greeting the Evil Lord? In a while, the Evil Lord will send you 2 back to the One-Line Sky and leave this place," Jiang Chen said. Yan Qingqing's reaction was slightly better when she heard that she could finally leave this damned place. After all, being with Jiang Chen was the happiest thing in her life. On the other hand, Huang Ying was incomparably excited. She had no worries about the Nepha's Abyss. She had always dreamed of leaving this damned place. "Greetings, Evil Lord." Yan Qingqing and Huang Ying bowed deeply. In front of the mighty Evil Lord, they didn't even have the courage to raise their heads. To them, the Evil Lord was a legendary figure, the true emperor of this place. They had never thought that they would be able to stand in front of the Evil Lord one day. Now that they could feel the powerful immortal King Qi from Yang Bufan's body, they would be lying if they said they weren't nervous. Immortal King! How high and mighty was that? It was the pinnacle that they would never be able to reach in their lifetime. Yang Bufan nodded with an indifferent look. He might be talking and laughing in front of Jiang Chen, but he still had to display the demeanor of the Evil Lord in front of others. Voila! The talisman in Yang Bufan's hand shattered, turning into an illusory passageway. Rays of light flickered continuously from it. The strong spatial qi made one's scalp tingle. "Brother Jiang, the passageway has been opened," Yang Bufan said. "Thank you, Brother Yang." Jiang Chen clasped his fists at him. "Big Brother Jiang, you have to be careful here." Yan Qingqing pulled Jiang Chen's arm and said. Her eyes were filled with reluctance. She thought that the passageway was specially opened for her and Huang Ying, and that Jiang Chen wouldn't go out himself. "I'll be careful here, but I'm going back with you 2 now," Jiang Chen said. Without waiting for Yan Qingqing and Huang Ying's astonishment, he grabbed their arms and disappeared into the passageway with a sway. In One-Line Sky, above a boundless mountain range, there was a sudden turbulence in the air. Then, a hole was blasted open in the void. 3 figures staggered out of the hole, stabilizing their bodies with great difficulty. 2 men and 1 woman. They were none other than Jiang Chen and his companions who had just come out from Evil Abyss. "I'm finally back. I've finally left that hellish place." Huang Ying looked at her surroundings excitedly. She stretched her arms with a look of enjoyment on her face. That's right, she enjoyed everything here. Compared to Evil Abyss, this place was simply heaven. Yan Qingqing was also very excited. After all, A place like Evil Abyss wasn't suitable for them to stay for long. Jiang Chen looked at the two girls with a smile. He could empathize with their feelings at the moment. They had suffered a lot in Evil Abyss. If they hadn't met him at the last moment, they might have already died in Evil Abyss. Jiang Chen and they weren't the same kind of people. Jiang Chen was more intoxicated by the environment in Evil Abyss. He liked excitement and yearned for passion. Big brother Jiang, why did you come out with us? Why didn't a Huang and Tyrant come out? Yan Qingqing asked curiously. I came out because I have something to do. Once I'm done, I'll have to return. I have an agreement with the evil lord. Jiang Chen said with a smile. At this moment, Huang Ying arrived in front of Jiang Chen and bowed to Jiang Chen in an incomparably solemn manner. Young Master Jiang, I am unable to repay the kindness you have shown me. If you need my help in the future, even if I have to work like an ox or a horse, I am willing to do so. Huang Ying said. Jiang Chen was an extraordinary person she had met. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, she wouldn't have dared to imagine what would have happened to her. Don't mention it, Sister Ying. I see that this place is at the edge of One-Line Sky. It's not far from Yen City. I'll send you back to Yen City in a while and then I'll leave. Jiang Chen said. He had already checked the terrain. This place was only a few thousand li away from Yen City. It was just enough to place Yan Qingqing and Huang Ying in Yen City first. Then, he would return to One-Line Sky and see what had happened. Big brother Jiang. Yan Qingqing wanted to say something but stopped herself. She had left Yen City to look for Jiang Chen. She didn't expect that she would return to the starting point after going around in circles. The good thing was that she had indeed crossed paths with Jiang Chen again. Chapter 1266. Qingqing. Stay in Yen City and cultivate well. I have too many enemies in One-Line Sky. It won't do you any good if you go there now. I'll arrange a good place for you to cultivate after I've settled everything. Jiang Chen patted Yan Qingqing's shoulder. He understood Yan Qingqing's thoughts. She had almost lost her life in Nifa's abyss in order to find him, which made him feel guilty. Moreover, the current situation made it impossible for Yan Qingqing to follow him. He had too many things to do. Furthermore, both One-Line Sky and Nifa's abyss were too dangerous. Jiang Chen had too many enemies. One-Line Sky had already offended Shenyang School and Shenyang School had issued a must-kill order against him. Even if he was in Tianyun Pavilion, Jiang Chen would still face endless troubles. He had killed Chu Yuan and offended Great Elder Yang Shu, which was why he was sent to Nifa's abyss by Tian Muyun. Tian Muyun was also one of Jiang Chen's enemies. Therefore, whether it was in One-Line Sky or Nifa's abyss, Jiang Chen would never have a peaceful life. Under such circumstances, bringing Yan Qingqing along would indeed be a burden. Qingqing knows. In that case, big brother Jiang, you have to be careful. Yan Qingqing nodded. She was a smart person and understood the gap between her and Jiang Chen very well. She also knew that Jiang Chen was a person who wanted to do great things. It was indeed unsuitable for her to follow him. Subsequently, Jiang Chen sent Yan Qingqing and Huang Ying to the outskirts of Yen City and left. The reason he returned to One-Line Sky this time was to find out what the great divination art had predicted. He had to find out what it was as soon as possible. Flying between the clouds and mist, Jiang Chen felt relaxed and happy as he looked at the mountains and rivers receding like flowing light. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Tian Muyun, Yang Shu, you wouldn't have thought that I would come out of Nifa's abyss so quickly. Jiang Chen murmured. Based on the situation in Nifa's abyss, no one would be able to come out alive after entering, let alone a mere celestial immortal like him. When Tian Muyun wanted to send Jiang Chen into the Nifa's abyss, Yang Shu did not object at all. This showed that they had some understanding of the Nifa's abyss. They believed that as long as Jiang Chen entered the Nifa's abyss, he would not be able to come out alive. In fact, this was indeed the case. However, Jiang Chen had once again created a miracle by obtaining the greatest benefits in the shortest time possible. He had successfully befriended the evil lord and had even successfully walked out of the Nifa's abyss. Cloud Fog City. Jiang Chen came here again. Floating above Cloud Fog City, Jiang Chen had already sensed Fu Hui's aura. After he attacked Shenyang School's mine, he was ordered to kill by Shenyang School. He came to Cloud Fog City to make friends with Fu Hui and then entered Tianyun Pavilion by relying on Fu Hui's relationship. As for Fu Hui, Jiang Chen had always treated him as a friend. After all, Fu Hui had helped him a lot. Fu Hui is a no. Now that he is in the city, I'll go and ask him what happened. Jiang Chen thought to himself. With a sway of his body, he disappeared and flew towards Cloud Fog City. Fu Hui was good at making friends. He had a good reputation in the inner sect of Tianyun Pavilion. It was here that he heard the news about the One-Line 8 Immortals and the Regenerative Lotus. That was how he managed to obtain the Regenerative Lotus and restore Han Yan's arm. In an incomparably elegant room in the city lord's mansion, Fu Hui was leisurely drinking by himself. His days were very pleasant. Huff, huff. All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew the door open. A silhouette floated in like a ghost. Then, the door closed automatically. Who is it? Fu Hui suddenly had an idea. He stood up from his seat with a face full of nervousness. He was now a late heaven immortal expert, which was considered very rare in Cloud Mist City. But to be able to surpass his senses and appear soundlessly in the room, that person's cultivation base must be higher than his. How could Fu Hui not be shocked? Brother Fu sure is leisurely and elegant. Jiang Chen chuckled. Only then did Fu Hui see the person clearly. His eyes widened instantly as if he had seen a ghost. Jiang Chen. Fu Hui couldn't help but feel shocked. Everyone knew that Jiang Chen was personally sent to the evil abyss by Tian Muyun. It wasn't just Tianyun Pavilion, everyone in One-Line Sky knew about it. Even the enemy force, Shenyang School, had learned about it. After the news spread out, everyone felt sorry for Jiang Chen. It was a pity that a talented genius had fallen just like that. Furthermore, after the news spread out, Shenyang School immediately withdrew the order to kill Jiang Chen. In their point of view, Tian Muyun had already avenged their Shenyang School. Entering the evil abyss was no different from death. Brother Fu, it has only been a month since we last met. How could you not recognize me? Jiang Chen chuckled. He didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down, picked up the wine on the table and started drinking. Fu Hui finally regained his senses. The shock on his face was instantly replaced by surprise. Brother Jiang, didn't you go to the evil abyss? Have you returned from the evil abyss? Fu Hui still couldn't believe that Jiang Chen could walk out of a place like the evil abyss alive. What kind of concept was that? That's right. I'm back. You're the first to see me. Jiang Chen shrugged. Oh my god. You really came out from that place. I thought you died in there. Oh my god. You have created another miracle. Fu Hui was so shocked that he couldn't control himself. He believed that once the news of Jiang Chen coming out from the evil abyss was spread out, it would be like a heavy bomb in One-Line Sky. It would definitely set off a great uproar. What shocked Fu Hui even more was that Jiang Chen's current cultivation base had already reached the late heaven immortal realm, which was many times stronger than when he left. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if someone beat him to death. In the end, Fu Hui sighed helplessly. He really didn't know what to say about such an abnormal genius. This was a man full of legends. It seemed that nothing was impossible for Jiang Chen. If he could walk out of the evil abyss successfully, what else in this world couldn't Jiang Chen do? Brother Fu, is something big going to happen in One-Line Sky? I have just returned from the evil abyss because of this. Jiang Chen asked directly. He believed that if something big was going to happen in One-Line Sky, Fu Hui would definitely know about it. AI. You are indeed worthy of being the person that Elder Tianji Zi has chosen. You can even guess that something big is going to happen in One-Line Sky. Brother Jiang, I, Fu Hui, can't do anything other than admire you. Chapter 1267. Fu Hui couldn't help but admire him. When he learned that Jiang Chen was sent into the evil abyss by Tian Muyun, he felt sorry for a very long time. He had already determined that Jiang Chen would die for sure. It took him a few days to recover from the shock, but today, he saw Jiang Chen walking out of the evil abyss unscathed. This in itself was already a miracle. Now, Jiang Chen was able to predict the future and predict that something big was going to happen in One-Line Sky. Such a freak was truly inhuman. Fortunately, this wasn't Fu Hui's first day knowing Jiang Chen. He knew that Jiang Chen was an extraordinary person, so he quickly recovered from the shock. Brother Jiang, you came back at the right time. Indeed, something big is going to happen in One-Line Sky. Not long ago, An expert found an ancient tomb in a desolate mountain range in one-line sky. This ancient tomb has its own space and should be left behind by an immortal king. Elder Tianjizi has personally divined that this ancient tomb is a treasure trove. There are both opportunities and dangers inside. To the younger generation of the four major powers, this is a rare opportunity. Therefore, the four major powers have decided to open the ancient tomb tomorrow, allowing the geniuses of the major powers to enter the tomb to search for opportunities. Fu Hui spoke and told Jiang Chen about the major event that was going to happen in one-line sky. This matter had already caused an uproar in one-line sky. It wasn't a secret, so he didn't have anything to hide. Jiang Chen just needed to ask a random person on the street and he would know what was going on. Ancient tomb? Jiang Chen's eyes flashed. It seemed like his trip here wasn't in vain. To the young geniuses of one-line sky, this trip to the ancient tomb was an opportunity. To him, Jiang Chen, it wasn't a small opportunity. Since his master had personally divined it, he was even more confident in his heart. That's right. It's an ancient tomb, but nobody knows what the situation inside is. This ancient tomb is probably left behind by a powerful immortal king or some other existences. In any case, it's not simple. Although it's full of opportunities and benefits, it's also full of danger. The ancient tomb will open tomorrow. I don't think Brother Jiang will miss it, right? Fu Hui said with a smile. Of course. The reason why I rushed back this time is because of this matter. I wonder who will be entering the ancient tomb this time? Jiang Chen asked curiously. This trip to the ancient tomb is specifically targeted at the young experts of the four major powers. There are also some rogue cultivators who are qualified to enter. The four major powers haven't completely controlled the ancient tomb, so the number of people who enter is also a rare training for the geniuses of the four major powers. Many of the inner sect disciples and core disciples will enter. By the way, there are some extremely terrifying geniuses in the four major powers who are beyond the scope of core disciples. They are the most powerful true disciples. Their cultivation base has already reached the half-step golden immortal realm. Some of them are even true golden immortal geniuses. Plus, the higher-ups of the major powers will also participate in this trip, including the true golden immortal experts. Fu Hui said. He was more knowledgeable and knew more details. A golden immortal expert? It seems like this trip isn't going to be peaceful, but that's for the best. If it's too peaceful, it will be meaningless. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. If it was before, he might still be a little afraid of a golden immortal expert. After all, the gap between them was just too huge. But now, his cultivation base had already reached the late heaven immortal realm, which wasn't too far away from the half-step divine immortal realm. As long as he could obtain some benefits in the ancient tomb, he would be able to advance to the half-step divine immortal realm at any time. At that time, killing a half-step golden immortal expert wouldn't be a problem. The water in one-line sky should have been stirred up. Since Jiang Chen had returned from the ancient tomb, it was destined to not be a peaceful trip. But you still have to be careful, Jiang Chen. After all, Shenyang School has always regarded you as their archenemy. If they encounter you, they will certainly not let you go. Plus, the relationship between the four major powers isn't good. There will be no lack of fights in the ancient tomb. At that time, you will surely become the focus of attention again, said Fu Hui. This was basically certain. Given Jiang Chen's current identity in one-line sky, he would become the focus no matter where he went. It would be hard for people not to notice him. It doesn't matter. I have no intention of hiding myself. I have only one purpose for entering the ancient tomb, and that is to obtain benefits. Whoever stops me will die. Whoever provokes me will also die. Jiang Chen's qi fluctuated. A faint king's qi overflowed in all directions. That was an innate king's qi that ordinary people couldn't compare with. That's for sure. Brother Zhang's means isn't something that ordinary people can withstand. Fu Hui's expression changed. He didn't doubt Jiang Chen's arrogant words at all. Even when these words came from Jiang Chen's mouth, it seemed to be a matter of course. There wasn't any arrogance in it. By the way, Brother Jiang, since you are back, do you want to go back to the sect and enter the ancient tomb with the geniuses of the sect tomorrow? Fu Hui asked. No need. I have my own way to enter. Don't tell anyone about my return. It will cause me some trouble. Jiang Chen warned. Just like what Fu Hui said, he had too many enemies. Shenyang's school regarded him as their archenemy. If he swaggered into the ancient tomb, he was afraid that he would immediately encounter endless trouble. Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of trouble, but he didn't want to cause trouble for no reason. After all, he didn't enter the ancient tomb for trouble. I understand. Don't worry. Fu Hui nodded. He wasn't an idiot. He was also a smart man. He naturally understood Jiang Chen's worries. Jiang Chen stayed in Cloud Mist City for a day. Early the next morning, he and Fu Hui went to the desolate mountain range. When they were near the desolate mountain range, Jiang Chen separated from Fu Hui and moved alone. With the help of the Zulong Tower, he could enter the ancient tomb without anyone noticing. Chapter 1268. Apart from a large number of rogue cultivators, the people from the four major powers were all wearing the same clothes and standing in four different directions. Every single one of the young geniuses from the four major powers had their heads held high and their faces were filled with pride. They had the right to be proud. They were all geniuses, and compared to those at the same level, they had a great advantage. So many rogue cultivators have come. It's really boring. This ancient tomb was discovered by the experts of the four major powers. Logically speaking, it should be sealed and opened for us. These puny rogue cultivators also want to have a share of the spoils? Why don't they weigh their own weight first? You can't say that. As the pinnacle of one-line sky, the four major powers have an unparalleled status. They have to show some magnanimity. Besides, even if these rogue cultivators are allowed to enter, can they compete with us? That's right. This will show our magnanimity. Even if we allow those rogue cultivators to enter, they will still stay far away from us. They won't dare to touch the things that we are interested in. The geniuses of the four major powers were too proud and had a strong sense of superiority. They didn't put rogue cultivators in their eyes at all. In their point of view, the fact that the four major powers allowed a large number of rogue cultivators to enter the ancient tomb was a gift to these rogue cultivators. They should be deeply grateful. Similarly, most of the rogue cultivators also knew their limits. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't dare to offend the geniuses of the four major powers, because offending them was basically no different from courting death. After all, not everyone was like Jiang Chen. That's right. There were a lot of geniuses from the four major powers, ranging from the Heaven Immortal Inner Sect disciples to the Divine Immortal Outer Sect disciples. There were also a dozen half-step golden immortal geniuses. They stood in the middle of the major powers, looking like a crane among a flock of chickens. Their eyes almost floated to the top of their heads. Such peerless geniuses would be specially nurtured by the four major powers. Each of them had powerful means in their hands. Although they were only half-step golden immortals, their true combat strength was already comparable to an early golden immortal expert. Even if they were to fight an early golden immortal expert, they wouldn't be outdone. Therefore, they were the ones who had the capital to be feared by others. As for the true golden immortal experts, Jiang Chen hadn't seen them yet. In his opinion, even if there was a true golden immortal expert who entered this place, it wouldn't be with these people. These people were of noble status and disdained to enter and exit together with others. Brother, almost everyone has arrived. Why hasn't the gate of the ancient tomb opened yet? Jiang Chen asked a rogue cultivator beside him. Little brother, you still don't know? I heard that the entrance to the ancient tomb is sealed by a powerful restriction. We need to wait for the experts of the four forces to come together and break the restriction. Only then can we open the ancient tomb's entrance. The rogue cultivator said. I see. Jiang Chen was enlightened. Then, he slowly released his soul power. Under the accurate perception of the great soul derivation technique, he soon touched the door of the ancient tomb. In Jiang Chen's perception, this ancient door was filled with vicissitudes of life. It was 2 to 3 meters tall, and the door was covered with mottled marks, showing that this ancient tomb had existed for a long time. There was indeed a layer of restriction outside the door. In Jiang Chen's point of view, this restriction was on the verge of collapse due to the passage of time. It had long lost its original power. It seems like this ancient tomb isn't as simple as I imagined. The remnant restriction requires the combined efforts of all the experts in one-line sky to break it. I wonder how powerful it was when it was in its heyday. I'm afraid that this ancient tomb wasn't as simple as an immortal king. Jiang Chen thought. He was somewhat surprised. The existence of the restriction and the ancient tomb made Jiang Chen feel that everything wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. Similarly, the mysterious ancient tomb had aroused Jiang Chen's interest. Fu Hui had already blended into the inner sect disciples of Tianyun Pavilion. He looked around but couldn't find any trace of Jiang Chen. He couldn't sense any trace of Jiang Chen's qi. Fu Hui couldn't help but smile. This situation was within his expectation. Given Jiang Chen's means, if he really wanted to hide, ordinary people wouldn't be able to find him. Not long after that, several incomparably powerful qi flew over from different directions. There were a total of 8 of them. They were the One-Line 8 Immortals. In One-Line Sky, the reputation of the One-Line 8 Immortals represented the pinnacle, the nobility, the inviolability and transcendence. The One-Line 8 Immortals are too powerful. Half-Step Immortal King. I'm afraid that I won't have the chance to reach that level in my lifetime. They are the pinnacle of One-Line Sky. We simply can't be compared with them. The One-Line 8 Immortals have arrived. The door of the ancient tomb is about to open. We have to be prepared. Although there are great opportunities in this ancient tomb, it's also incomparably dangerous. We must be extra careful when we enter. Otherwise, we might lose our lives before we get any benefits. That won't be worth it. Many rogue cultivators began to discuss. Although they were rogue cultivators, they weren't fools. They knew that there weren't only benefits in the ancient tomb, but also dangers. Not to mention the dangers in the ancient tomb itself. Just competing for resources with the geniuses of the 4 major powers was already an incomparably dangerous thing. Jiang Chen's eyes fell upon Tian Muyun. His heart couldn't help but tighten. Tian Muyun is indeed a genius of this generation. It has only been a little more than a month and his cultivation base has advanced again. He's already one step away from the true Immortal King realm. If this continues, it's basically a matter of time before he becomes a true Immortal King. It seems like I have to improve my cultivation base as soon as possible to shorten the gap between me and Tian Muyun. Jiang Chen thought to himself. He was a meticulous person who was proficient in the great soul derivation technique and great divination art. His eyesight was naturally incomparably unique. Others might not be able to see through Tian Muyun's cultivation base, but Jiang Chen could see it clearly. Tian Muyun was an incomparably terrifying genius. This showed how sharp Ouyang He's eyesight was. Jiang Chen was almost certain that Tian Muyun would advance to the Immortal King realm sooner or later, and it wouldn't take too long. Given Tian Muyun's character and ambition, once he advanced to the Immortal King realm, it would indicate that One-Line Sky would be plunged into complete chaos. This made Jiang Chen feel a trace of pressure in his heart, making him eager to improve his strength. Chapter 1269. Tian Muyun's eyes swept around, but didn't find anything unusual. He couldn't help but frown. It was rare for a figure like him to make a mistake in perception, but this time, he really didn't sense anything. Sect leader Tian, since everyone is here, let's work together and break the restriction outside the ancient tomb. Then, we'll let the disciples enter the tomb to train. The patriarch of Yun family, Yun Zhonghe, spoke. He didn't ask the others, but asked Tian Muyun directly. This showed how much he cared about Tian Muyun. As a matter of fact, Tian Muyun's performance in the past 2 years and his current strength had already made the other opponents feel a trace of pressure. In the hearts of Yun family, Huangfu family and Shenyang school, Tian Muyun had already surpassed Ouyang He. And let's begin. Tian Muyun nodded. With a sway of his body, he took the lead and flew towards the entrance of the ancient tomb, followed by Taoist Yu Feng and the experts of the other 3 major powers. This was probably the first time that the One-Line 8 Immortals united, but it was also for the common interest. Everyone knew that young geniuses were the future hope of a sect. Tian Muyun was a good example. Tian Muyun had climbed up step by step from being a genius. If it wasn't for him, Skycloud Pavilion would have collapsed after Ouyang He's death. Taoist Yu Feng alone wouldn't be enough to support such a huge sect. It would soon be devoured by the other 3 major powers. The One-Line 8 Immortals attacked together, unleashing powerful energy and all kinds of abstruse seals. All of them were half-step Immortal King experts. Although they hadn't fully mastered the spatial force, they at least had some understanding of the spatial law. They could be considered as half-step Immortal King experts. Under the joint attack of the 8 Immortals, the restriction that was on the verge of collapse was broken very easily. Ka-ka! the rusty ancient gate slowly opened, emitting an ear-piercing caw-cob sound. No one knew how long it had been since the gate was opened. It seemed very difficult to open it now. The sound of the gate being opened could be heard clearly even from afar. Some of them could even feel the decaying qi drifting out from the inside of the ancient tomb. The eyes of the 8 immortals were fixed on the gate of the ancient tomb. After the gate was opened, Huang Fu-kun suddenly frowned. "Something's wrong," Huang Fu-kun said. "What's wrong?" Yun Zhonglong asked. Although the restriction outside has been broken, there is still an invisible restriction inside. This restriction has not been opened, but it truly exists. Huang Fu-kun said. Among the one-line 8 immortals, he was the only one who had a deep understanding of array formations. The other 7 people hadn't noticed it, but after Huang Fu-kun's reminder, the others also quickly used their divine senses to check. Sure enough, they sensed a faint restrictive aura behind the ancient tomb's gate. This restriction feels like it's dead. It hasn't been activated at all. Tian Muyun said. "Let me take a look." Huang Fu-kun stepped forward. With his many years of experience in the field of array formations, he quickly saw some clues. "How is it?" Huang Fu Yaotian asked. "This restriction is even more terrifying than the previous one. Although it hasn't been opened yet, the moment the ancient tomb's gate was opened, the restriction has already been activated. According to my estimation, the restriction will be completely opened in 7 days. At that time, the ancient tomb's gate will automatically close. In other words, people who enter the ancient tomb only have 7 days. If they don't come out after 7 days, they may be trapped inside forever." Huang Fu-kun said. 7 days later, we can still join forces to break this restriction. Du Gushang said arrogantly. "It's hard to say. If we can't break it, it won't be a joke. So, let's set a time limit. Those who enter must come out within 7 days. 7 days is enough for a trial." Huang Fu-kun shook his head and said, "Seems like that's the only way." Yun Zhonglong nodded, feeling that Huang Fu-kun's words made sense. After all, they couldn't take the lives of their young geniuses as a joke. One should know that there were too many people who entered the ancient tomb this time. Including the rogue cultivators, there would be thousands of people. This was not a joke. Subsequently, the one-line 8 immortals returned to their respective camps and began to make arrangements. Tianyun Pavilion, everyone who entered the ancient tomb, listen up. The ancient tomb will open for 7 days, so you must come out within 7 days. Otherwise, the gate will close again and you may be trapped inside forever. Taoist Yufeng said loudly. It seems like this ancient tomb isn't ordinary. It can even close itself automatically. 7 days isn't a short time. We should try our best to get as many benefits as possible. My current cultivation base has reached the peak of half-step divine immortal realm. Just 1 step away from advancing to the divine immortal realm. At that time, I will be able to become a high and mighty core disciple. That's right. This is a rare opportunity for us to gain experience. We have to make good use of it. There are only 7 days left. We have to make good use of the time so that we won't be trapped inside. Many people began to talk about it. No one had expected that the ancient tomb would only be open for 7 days, but 7 days of training was still acceptable. At the same time, the arrangements for the other 3 major forces had also been made. Because the experts of the major forces did not conceal their voices, all the rogue cultivators present could hear them clearly. In 7 days, the competition in the ancient tomb was destined to be even more intense. Let's go. I'll be the first to go in. There's no loss in being the first to go in. Perhaps, I can be the first to get some benefits. Someone roared and flew towards the gate of the ancient tomb. With the first person taking the lead, the rest followed. The young geniuses of the 4 major powers poured into the ancient tomb like a stream of water. Those rogue cultivators were still standing there, waiting. They knew very well that they shouldn't compete with the geniuses of the 4 major powers at this time, because they wouldn't get any benefits. In just 3 minutes, all the geniuses from the 4 major powers had entered the ancient tomb. Next, the loose cultivators fought to be the first to enter. Some of them had bloodshot eyes, fearing that they would be 1 step slower than the others. Jiang Chen didn't stand out among the crowd. Very quickly, he arrived at the entrance of the ancient tomb. With a casual swing of his body, he entered the ancient tomb. Tian Muyun looked at the silhouette that entered the ancient tomb and exclaimed softly. For some unknown reason, that silhouette gave him a familiar feeling. Impossible. It's basically impossible to come out alive after entering the evil abyss. Tian Muyun laughed at himself. Chapter 1270. As a matter of fact, Tian Muyun also felt a trace of pity for Jiang Chen. No matter what, Jiang Chen was a peerless genius. If he were to stay, it would definitely be beneficial to the entire Tianyun Pavilion. However, Tian Muyun didn't need such a genius to establish the future of Tianyun Pavilion. The fate of Tianyun Pavilion was destined to be controlled by him alone. He alone carried the hope of Tianyun Pavilion. Moreover, every time he saw Jiang Chen, he would have a bad feeling in his heart. It was a strange feeling, but it was real. Of course, from Tian Muyun's point of view, he didn't intend to get rid of Jiang Chen. The reason he proposed to send Jiang Chen into the evil abyss as a punishment was to scare Jiang Chen and give himself a sense of superiority. However, Jiang Chen actually agreed to it. This was something that Tian Muyun didn't expect. Inside the ancient tomb, there was a chilly wind everywhere. It was like a tomb, full of dampness. The smell of decay was mixed with corpse qi, giving people an extremely bad feeling. Everyone, be careful. The corpse qi floating around here can corrode us. Someone said. To Jiang Chen, the corrosive nature of the corpse qi didn't affect him at all. His blood and qi were too vigorous, and the dragon transformation skill was the nemesis of the corpse qi. Even if the corpse qi entered Jiang Chen's body, it would be immediately eliminated. This was Jiang Chen's advantage. There were many passageways in front of them. There were forks everywhere along the black passageways. That was the corpse qi. No one knew how long this ancient tomb had existed. The deeper they went in, the denser the corpse qi would be. Currently, there were people walking slowly on these passages. Everyone was heading towards the depths of the ancient tomb. Some people chose the path they wanted to take and immediately walked towards it. After all, the ancient tomb would only open for 7 days. Whether it was the geniuses of the 4 major powers or the rogue cultivators, none of them wanted to waste time. At this moment, a figure approached Jiang Chen and soon arrived beside Jiang Chen. It was none other than Fu Hui. He had left the Tianyun Pavilion camp the moment he entered and waited for Jiang Chen. Fu Hui was a smart man and knew that following Jiang Chen was the safest choice. Brother Jiang, there are so many passages here. Which one do you think we should take? Fu Hui asked. All the passages here lead to the same place, the center of the ancient tomb. If I'm not wrong, each of these passages is filled with danger, so it doesn't matter which one we take, said Han Shuo. Jiang Chen said. He had already circulated the Great Soul Derivation technique and found that all the passageways were filled with the same qi. If he wasn't mistaken, all the passageways would lead to the same place, the center of the ancient tomb. Moreover, the corpse qi on the roads was very dense, indicating that there should be many dead things here. In places where the death qi and corpse qi were everywhere, some powerful creatures would be born. These creatures were usually extremely terrifying. Some of them could even survive by relying on the environment here and couldn't be killed. This wasn't the first time Jiang Chen had encountered such a situation. Since the paths were the same, it was very easy to choose. Or it could be said that there was no need to choose at all. Jiang Chen and Fu Hui randomly chose a path that was close to the side. There were fewer people passing by here and Jiang Chen didn't want to join the crowd. Therefore, he chose a relatively quiet path. The people on the road formed groups of 3 to 5 and formed partners. Many individual cultivators had already found partners before they entered. They didn't have the advantage of the 4 major forces, but they had their own circle. Forming an alliance was the best choice, and they could do the same with each other. Apart from the alliance, the people who entered also had a certain degree of vigilance against each other. Therefore, no one was willing to get close to each other. The people in groups of 3 to 5 also kept a distance of more than 10 feet from each other. After Jiang Chen and Fu Hui came up, their speed was faster than the others. They drifted away like a gust of chilly wind. Brother Jiang, the corpse qi inside is getting thicker and thicker. There's also the smell of death. Moreover, the corpse qi and the death qi are extremely corrosive. It's very uncomfortable, Fu Hui said with a frown. Fu Hui said with a frown. Anyone who came to a place like this would feel depressed. That kind of terror was real, and not something that could be imagined. Be careful. It won't be peaceful here. Look over there. Jiang Chen reminded and looked to the side. Fu Hui looked over and saw a dried corpse casually placed on the side of the road. It was unknown how long this dried corpse had been there, but it was completely rotten. There were many holes on the dried corpse, and the flesh and blood seemed to have been hollowed out by some kind of sharp weapon. It died an incomparably miserable death. This is the doing of some kind of creature that specializes in eating human flesh, Jiang Chen said. Hearing this, Fu Hui's nerves instantly tensed up. His divine sense spread out in all directions. He didn't dare to be careless with this seemingly peaceful road. They walked on the road for more than 10 minutes. The road seemed to be endless, and the corpse qi and death qi on the road were even thicker. Not only could these corpse qi corrode the immortal qi and physical body of a person, but it could also corrode the soul of a person. If a person stayed in such an environment for a long time, they would have a mental breakdown. Arg! Suddenly, a scream rang out in front of them. The scream tore apart the peace and made people's hair stand on end. From the scream, they could tell that the person who screamed was suffering from extreme fear and pain. This scream directly stimulated the people walking on the road, and all of them tensed up. Arg! Not long after, another scream was heard from the front, echoing unceasingly in the empty space. Damn it, what happened in front of us? Someone couldn't take it anymore and cursed. Ga. At this moment, a squawk suddenly sounded out of nowhere. With a swoosh, an unknown large black bird suddenly flew out. It was impossible to tell where this large bird came from. It was as if it existed in the void and could attack at any time. The big bird was extremely fast and agile. After it appeared, it immediately locked onto Jiang Chen and Fu Hui. Its sharp beak was a foot long, reminding Jiang Chen and Fu Hui of the hollowed corpse. The big black bird flapped its wings and attacked Fu Hui in the blink of an eye. Fu Hui didn't dare to be careless. He drew out his sword and slashed the big bird in half. Fu Hui was, after all, a late heaven immortal expert and a rare genius of Tianyun Pavilion's inner sect. Under normal circumstances, he could still hold his own. However, after killing the big bird, Fu Hui didn't even have the time to be happy. The body that was split in half flew up automatically and rapidly reassembled. Resurrected. Chapter 1271. Fu Hui's giant bird once again rushed towards Fu Hui with the same qi as before. This time, Fu Hui was scared out of his wits. As a late heaven immortal expert, he had experienced a lot of life and death battles, but he had never seen such a terrifying scene. Before Fu Hui could make a move, Jiang Chen had already stretched out a big hand and firmly controlled the giant bird. No matter how hard the giant bird tried to escape, it couldn't escape from his grasp. Jiang Chen was very calm because it was exactly the same as what he had guessed. This wasn't the first time he had experienced such a situation. This is the black corpse raven. It specializes in eating human flesh and blood. This kind of divine creature is born from the environment here. As long as the corpse qi and death qi don't disappear completely, the black corpse raven won't die. So even if you kill it 100 times, it's still useless. If I'm not wrong, there must be a lot of black corpse ravens here. That's the scariest thing. Jiang Chen said. Motherfucker! How can there be such a terrifying creature? If it really can't be killed, wouldn't it mean that it's the end of the world for us? Fu Hui was still in a state of shock. He couldn't accept the reality in front of him. To him, this was just too horrifying. He had never experienced such a thing before. At this time, not only him, but a group of rogue cultivators had also witnessed the resurrection of the black corpse raven. That eerie scene made their blood run cold. At this moment, the black corpse raven was still jumping around in Jiang Chen's hand. Everyone's attention was focused on Jiang Chen's hand. They wanted to see if this young man who knew the black corpse raven had any way to deal with this undead creature. Looking at the black corpse raven in his hand, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Although the nature of the black corpse raven was different from the demonic devils of the evil clan, it was the same for the Zulong Tower. They were all nourishment. Others couldn't kill the black corpse raven, but Jiang Chen could easily eliminate them because he didn't give them any chance to resurrect. The moment the black corpse raven was killed, he would immediately use the Zulong Tower to refine it completely. All of a sudden, a destructive force shot out from Jiang Chen's palm. The black corpse raven let out a shrill wail. Then its body disintegrated and turned into ashes. Fu Hui's eyes widened. This time, the the black corpse raven didn't come back to life. It was killed by Jiang Chen so easily. This scene was as shocking as when the black corpse raven came back to life. Fu Hui's eyes widened in disbelief. Amazing! The rogue cultivators behind also saw it clearly. They were greatly shocked by Jiang Chen's terrifying means. They couldn't help but be shocked. The undead creatures that couldn't be killed before were killed by Jiang Chen as easily as ants. Brother Jiang, your means are too terrifying. Fu Hui gave a thumbs up to Jiang Chen. Just as Fu Hui's voice fell, another scream was heard. But this time, it didn't come from the front, but from the back. Jiang Chen and Chen Hui turned their heads and saw a cultivator being caught off guard. The cultivator's head was directly pierced by the sharp beak of the black corpse raven. The cultivator died miserably on the spot. Walala! Then, the sound of wings flapping could be heard everywhere in the void. It was the sound of wings flapping, which made one's hair stand on end. A large number of black corpse ravens are about to appear. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He was different from others. Others would be afraid at this time, but Jiang Chen was excited and happy. He didn't care about the black corpse ravens at all. These things were just like the demonic beasts of the evil clan. No matter how many of them came, they were all top-notch nourishment. Jie. A large number of black corpse ravens appeared, like a dark cloud. The oppressive aura made it difficult for people to breathe. The entire road with Jiang Chen as the center was at least a dozen miles. There were hundreds and thousands of black corpse ravens everywhere. Screams could be heard coming from different places. Clearly, the black cadaver crows had begun their attack. Their targets were the cultivators here. The cultivators with tyrannical strength were fine, but for the ordinary cultivators, the existence of the black cadaver crows was simply a disaster. Fuck, what the hell is this? Why can't they die? Damn, these things can't be killed at all. They can resurrect immediately after they die. They're simply undead. With so many undead gathered together, we have no way to resist them. I'm starting to regret coming here. I didn't get any benefits, but I'm going to pay with my life. Fuck you. What the hell is this thing? Go to hell. Screams and curses filled the entire road. The sudden attack of the black corpse ravens had a great impact on the human cultivators. Fortunately, these black corpse ravens weren't too strong. For those cultivators with tyrannical strength, they were still able to deal with them. But even so, everyone understood that the current situation was not optimistic because these black cadaveric ravens were existences that could not be killed. Even if they died, they could still resurrect. If this continued, even those tyrannical cultivators would be exhausted to death sooner or later. They would truly be trapped on this path until they died. At this time, a lot of cultivators began to regret. Some regretted choosing this road. Some even began to regret entering the ancient tomb. They had just entered the ancient tomb and already encountered such terrifying undead. They didn't know what kind of terrifying existences they would encounter later on. A large number of black corpse ravens rushed towards Jiang Chen and Fu Hui. These terrifying creatures made people's scalp tingle. Fu Hui took a deep breath. This was his first time experiencing such a scene. But now that he was at Jiang Chen's side, his heart felt a lot more at ease. Facing so many terrifying undead, he didn't even plan to attack. After all, he knew that with his ability, even if he attacked, it would be useless. He simply couldn't kill these stubborn guys. In any case, Jiang Chen was the nemesis of these undead. Voila! Jiang Chen waved his hand as the true dragonfire and the true thunderfire spread out. All the black corpse ravens that were enveloped by the sea of fire were instantly burned to ashes. All of their essence was instantly absorbed by the Zulong Tower, leaving nothing behind. Wave after wave of black corpse ravens died in Jiang Chen's sea of fire, causing the number of black corpse ravens on the road to decrease rapidly. The screams were getting more and more frequent. The number of black corpse ravens was also increasing. Many rogue cultivators looked at the situation on Jiang Chen's side as if they saw a life-saving straw. Look, that young man is very powerful. He can kill these undead. Let's follow him. Chapter 1272. Jiang Chen's appearance was like a star, giving those desperate cultivators a glimmer of hope. For these rogue cultivators, they were very clear about the current situation. These black corpse crows were too terrifying. Even if they had the ability to fight against them, It was impossible to get rid of them completely. If this continued, they simply couldn't afford it. If the black corpse crows couldn't be killed, they would die sooner or later. A large number of rogue cultivators approached Jiang Chen. At this time, it was the safest to follow Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't show any rejection towards these people. He just let them follow him. As long as they didn't cause him trouble, he didn't care about anything else. Moreover, these rogue cultivators didn't have it easy. No one wanted to die. Survival was a human's instinct. So it was reasonable for them to approach him. If he was in their shoes, he would also make the same choice. Just follow us. Don't delay us from killing the enemies. Fu Hui shouted coldly at those rogue cultivators. Of course, we won't forget young master's life-saving grace. If you have any errands in the future, we will never refuse. Yes, we will never refuse. Everyone began to speak at once and began to express their attitude. All right, all of you shut up, Jiang Chen said impatiently. He was now focused on killing the black corpse crows, but these guys were chattering away like a bunch of flies, which really annoyed him. Voila! Ga. A large number of black corpse crows flew everywhere as if there was no end to them. However, these black corpse crows were simply child's play for Jiang Chen. The true dragon fire and thunder fire burned everything. All the black corpse crows would be burned to death once they got close to the flame. Then, before they could resurrect, they would be absorbed by the Zulong Tower. In fact, under the burning of the flame, the surrounding corpse chi and death chi had been constantly reduced. The environment of the black corpse crow's resurrection was greatly limited. It was already very difficult for them to resurrect. Buzz! The Zulong Tower buzzed incessantly, and the 20th floor began to light up. Although the cultivation of the black cadaveric ravens was not high, there were too many of them, tens of thousands, providing the Zulong Tower with sufficient energy. Not only did the Zulong Tower benefit, but also Jiang Chen himself. He kept absorbing energy from the Zulong Tower, and the number of dragon marks in his chi condensed one after another. Jiang Chen already had 630,000 dragon marks. He only needed to condense another 20,000 dragon marks to advance to the half-step divine immortal realm. Jiang Chen estimated that there would be more powerful black corpse crows or even divine immortal ones in front of him. If that was the case, he would be able to successfully advance to the half-step divine immortal realm and condense the 21st floor of the Zulong Tower. To Jiang Chen, this was a great benefit, and also the only benefit that belonged to him. It was certain that no one else would be able to get any benefit from these black corpse crows. A large number of black corpse crows were wiped out. Jiang Chen moved forward with extreme speed. The whole path was covered by the black corpse crows. In front of Jiang Chen was a sea of fire. A large number of black corpse crows were burned to death without him having to attack. My God! Who's this youth? When did such a terrifying genius appear in one-line sky? That's Fu Hui from Cloud Mist City. I know him, but I've never seen this youth before. But since he's with Fu Hui, he should be a disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. Recently, Tianyun Pavilion only has one genius, Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen has already gone to Evil Abyss. His fate is full of ups and downs. I wonder who this youth is. He must be a genius of Tianyun Pavilion. Tianyun Pavilion is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. They already have a powerful sect master, Tian Muyun, and now, they have such a terrifying genius disciple. It seems like they will surpass the other three major powers sooner or later. The rogue cultivators around Jiang Chen were shocked to the extreme. If they didn't see this scene with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. They knew very well how tyrannical those undead creatures were because they had already experienced it. They knew that those undead creatures couldn't be killed, but in front of Jiang Chen, these undead creatures were completely vulnerable. Jiang Chen flew forward for another dozen miles. He had probably killed thousands of black corpse crows. The 20th floor of Zulong Tower was completely agitated. Under the impact of the enormous energy, the 20th floor of Zulong Tower was finally condensed. 10,000 dragon marks had been condensed in Jiang Chen's body. Only 10,000 dragon marks were left before he could advance to the half-step divine immortal realm. Fu Hui was the closest to Jiang Chen. He could clearly feel the change in Jiang Chen's qi. Along with the death of these black corpse crows, Jiang Chen's cultivation base was getting stronger little by little. Perhaps only Jiang Chen could have such a terrifying cultivation method. Many of the rogue cultivators at the front had already given up all hope, but when they saw Jiang Chen rushing towards them, they felt the same as the previous rogue cultivators, and joined the army under Jiang Chen's protection. It was imaginable that after this incident, Jiang Chen's position in the hearts of these rogue cultivators would definitely improve tremendously. There were only a few people who entered this path. Now, there were already dozens of people hiding behind Jiang Chen for protection. The path seemed to be coming to an end. The number of black corpse crows was decreasing gradually, but Jiang Chen could clearly feel that each of these crows was getting stronger. In other words, the strength of these black corpse crows was much stronger than before. To Jiang Chen, this was a good thing. Not far ahead, for disciples wearing the uniform of Tianyun Pavilion were being besieged by a group of tyrannical black corpse crows. Among these black corpse crows, 2 of them were early divine immortal experts. Among the 4 disciples of Tianyun Pavilion, the leader was also an early divine immortal core disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. The other 3 were inner sect disciples. They seemed to have been fighting for a long time. Their faces were covered with sweat and some of them were bleeding. Obviously, they had been injured. Chapter 1273. Jiang Chen and Fu Hui saw the situation of the 4 of them. Jiang Chen wasn't familiar with these people. Although he was also a disciple of Tianyun Pavilion, he didn't have any dealings with the inner sect disciples or even the core disciples of Tianyun Pavilion. Because not long after he entered Tianyun Pavilion, he was sent to the evil abyss because of various matters. Brother Jiang, the one who is in Tianyun Pavilion, is Wang Yang, a core disciple. They are trapped by the black corpse ravens. It seems that the situation isn't optimistic. Let's help them, said Fu Hui. The disciples of Skycloud Pavilion were always competing with each other, but in this terrifying ancient tomb, they were still able to maintain a basic unity. When they saw their fellow disciples in trouble, they would also want to help. That's right, said Fu Hui. Jiang Chen nodded. He naturally had to help the disciples of Tianyun Pavilion. For Tianyun Pavilion, he only had one enemy, and that was Tianmuyun. Everyone else could be regarded as his own people. After all, Tianyun Pavilion was developed by Ouyang He. Every disciple of Tianyun Pavilion was Ouyang He's foundation. Jiang Chen wouldn't just stand by and watch them fall into trouble. Moreover, for Jiang Chen, helping these disciples of Tianyun Pavilion was an incomparably beneficial thing. If he killed Tianmuyun in the future, the position of sect master of Tianyun Pavilion would naturally fall into Jiang Chen's hands. Carrying forward Tianyun Pavilion was Ouyang He's lifelong wish. Jiang Chen must help Ouyang He to accomplish it. In order to rule the entire Tianyun Pavilion, it was necessary to win the hearts of the disciples. In this trip to the ancient tomb, almost all the genius disciples of Tianyun Pavilion had entered. It was a good opportunity for Jiang Chen to win the hearts of the disciples and establish his own position. Naturally, Jiang Chen wouldn't miss it. Swoosh! With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen rushed out like an arrow leaving the bowstring. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at Wang Yang's camp. Jiang Chen decisively struck out the true dragon palm. The huge dragon claw was covered with blazing flames. A large number of black corpse ravens were immediately killed and burned to ashes. At least half of the black corpse ravens, including the 2 immortal realm black corpse ravens, were slapped to death by Jiang Chen. Rumble. Then, Jiang Chen pressed his palm down again. The sea of fire surged, accompanied by the screams of the black corpse crows. The flock of black corpse crows that had originally trapped Wang Yang all died tragically. Not a single one survived. Hiss. Upon seeing this, Wang Yang and the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Everyone's eyes were filled with deep shock. That was a kind of horror. They had been fighting the black corpse ravens for so long and knew better than anyone else how terrifying they were, especially the 2 immortal realm black corpse ravens. Adding their immortal bodies, they were simply invincible existences. However, this unbreakable formation had been easily dealt with by someone. Those unkillable black corpse crows all died tragically, never to be resurrected. Wang Yang and the other 3's eyes fell on Jiang Chen at the same time. When they saw Jiang Chen's face clearly, their eyes widened. The shock they felt was even greater than when Jiang Chen killed the black corpse ravens. Jiang Chen! The 4 of them exclaimed almost at the same time. Outsiders might not know who Jiang Chen was, but as members of Tianyun Pavilion, there was no one who didn't know who Jiang Chen was. The battle between Jiang Chen and Chu Yuan had alarmed more than half of Tianyun Pavilion. Everyone in the inner sect had witnessed the battle and had a very deep impression of Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen had already been sent to Evil Abyss by the sect leader. How could he suddenly appear here? In their eyes, Jiang Chen was already a dead man after entering Evil Abyss. Yes, it's me. Jiang Chen nodded. He behaved politely to the people of Tianyun Pavilion. My God, it's really you. This is simply a miracle. Aren't you supposed to be in Evil Abyss? Could it be that you have walked out of Evil Abyss? Impossible. Evil Abyss is like hell. No one can walk out of it alive. It's a miracle, truly a miracle. The people of Tianyun Pavilion were shocked. They were quite familiar with Jiang Chen. Even if Jiang Chen didn't know them, they still couldn't believe that a man who had entered Evil Abyss would come out alive. What? He's Jiang Chen? My God! So he's Jiang Chen. I've finally seen him in person. He has entered Evil Abyss and now he is here. This means that he has successfully walked out of Evil Abyss. How did this freak do it? No wonder he's so terrifying. It turns out that he's Jiang Chen. These undead creatures couldn't do anything to him. Did you all see that? 2 early divine immortal black corpse crows were easily killed by him. They didn't even have the chance to be resurrected. This man has only entered Evil Abyss for a short period of time, but his strength has already reached such a terrifying level. He can even kill divine immortals with ease. No one wasn't shocked. Jiang Chen's name was too resounding in one-line sky. It was hard for people not to know about him. Ever since Jiang Chen entered Evil Abyss, his reputation began to decline and he became the object of pity. After all, no matter how talented Jiang Chen was, he was just a flash in the pan in one-line sky. However, the return of Jiang Chen was destined to set off another great uproar and push his reputation to the peak. You don't have to be shocked. Although Evil Abyss is incomparably dangerous, I can enter and leave whenever I want. I can see that the 4 of you have suffered some injuries. Corpse Qi has entered your bodies. I'm going to help you heal your injuries now. Jiang Chen said and shot out a large amount of wood spiritual qi, which fell on the bodies of Wang Yang and the others. With the help of the wood spiritual qi, the 4 of them felt as if they were baptized by the sweet rain. They felt indescribably comfortable all over their bodies. The 4 of them didn't suffer from serious injuries. With the help of Jiang Chen's wood spiritual qi, they completely recovered in the blink of an eye. They were full of vigor and vigor. Their eyes were incomparably bright. The way they looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed. In addition to shock, there was also a trace of gratitude. In any case, Jiang Chen had saved their lives. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, the 4 of them would have died miserably on this road of no return. Brother Jiang's means are really shocking. We admire you. I'm Wang Yang, a core disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. Thank you for saving us today. Otherwise, our fates would have been unimaginable. Wang Yang approached Jiang Chen and cupped his fists towards Jiang Chen, expressing his sincere gratitude. Thank you, Senior Brother Jiang, for saving our lives. Chapter 1274. They were shocked to the extreme. They couldn't help but admire a person who could walk out of the Evil Abyss. Now that Jiang Chen had saved their lives, they felt extremely grateful to Jiang Chen. Plus, they were all disciples of Sky Cloud Pavilion, so it was only right for them to be united in this ancient tomb. Jiang Chen's strength had reached a certain level. You are all disciples of Tianyun Pavilion. It's my duty to save you. This ancient tomb is full of dangers. Everyone must be extra careful. Jiang Chen reminded them, then shifted his gaze to the front of the path. We will follow Senior Brother Jiang from now on. Wang Yang spoke, changing the way he addressed Jiang Chen from Brother Jiang to Senior Brother Jiang. He was an early divine immortal core disciple and had an extremely high status in Tianyun Pavilion. Normally, he wouldn't address a heaven immortal inner sect disciple as Senior Brother. But Jiang Chen was different. In this world where strength was respected, everything was based on strength. Plus, Jiang Chen had just saved their lives. While feeling grateful, he also planned to follow Jiang Chen's lead like the other 3. The few of you are very wise to know that it's at least safe to follow Jiang Chen in this ancient tomb, said Fu Hui with a smile. Fu Hui said with a smile. Now that he was Jiang Chen's trusted follower, He felt that he was superior to others and had a sense of superiority that others didn't have. Hualala! At this time, another crashing sound was heard from the front. Everyone was startled. They had been walking on this path for a long time, so they were incomparably familiar with this sound. It was the sound of the flapping wings of the black corpse ravens. Just listening to it was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Senior brother Jiang, a large number of black corpse ravens are attacking us. Wang Yang spoke, his face full of worry and fear. The closer they were to the front of the path, the higher the cultivation of the black corpse ravens and the harder it was to deal with them. Plus, the black corpse ravens couldn't be killed and had an extremely strong resurrection ability, which made them feel helpless. However, when they saw the relaxed look on Jiang Chen's face and recalled the scene of Jiang Chen killing the black corpse ravens, they felt much more at ease. Being by the side of a freak like Jiang Chen would guarantee their safety. Just in time, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. To him, the more black corpse ravens, the better. The 21st floor of Zulong Tower had begun to condense and his cultivation base was close to the half-step divine immortal realm. As long as there were enough black corpse ravens, Jiang Chen wouldn't have any problem advancing to half-step divine immortal realm. Plus, the 21st floor of Zulong Tower would be completely condensed. Jie. A large number of black corpse ravens rushed over. There were at least a few hundred of them. With a sweep of his divine sense, Jiang Chen found out that there were a few divine immortal experts among them. The leader among them had already reached the terrifying intermediate divine immortal realm. No ordinary expert could withstand such a terrifying attack. There were still traces of blood on the sharp beaks of these black corpse ravens. Apparently, many of them had been attacked by the black corpse ravens and died tragically under their sharp beaks. These black corpse ravens let out an unpleasant, ear-piercing cry. Each of their red eyes was emitting a ruthless light. That was the chi of death. Humph! In the face of such a powerful black corpse raven camp, Jiang Chen remained indifferent. He harumphed coldly and struck out the true dragon palm. A giant dragon claw blotted out the sky and shrouded all the black corpse ravens in an instant. Intense flames spread out, forming a sea of fire that merged with the true dragon palm. Jie. It was an extremely spectacular and terrifying scene. No one knew how big Jiang Chen's palm was. Hundreds of black corpse ravens couldn't escape from it. All of them were enveloped by it. One by one, their bodies collapsed and disappeared. Even the intermediate divine immortal black corpse raven could only put up a few symbolic resistance. In just a few seconds, hundreds of black corpse ravens were wiped out by Jiang Chen, leaving nothing behind. After obtaining the energy of these black corpse ravens, the 21st floor of Zulong Tower became brighter. The number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body continued to condense. This scene dumbfounded everyone. Whether it was the people of Tianyun Pavilion or the rogue cultivators, all of them were trembling with fear. Such a scene was beyond their wildest dreams. At this moment, everyone looked at Jiang Chen as if he was a god. In their hearts, Jiang Chen was no longer a human, but an omnipotent god. Only a god could do all this. How could an ordinary human do it? Wang Yang felt that it was hard for him to breathe. He had no idea how terrifying Jiang Chen was now, but a mid-divine immortal black corpse raven that could be resurrected was easily killed by Jiang Chen without any room for resistance. Abnormal. He's too abnormal. He's not a human at all. How can an ordinary human be so powerful? He's a peerless genius who inherited great fortune. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to walk out of the evil abyss. His future achievements will be limitless. This time, the 7 days of training in the ancient tomb will be extremely turbulent because of his existence. We have to follow him wholeheartedly. In this way, we will be safe in the ancient tomb. I think he can totally establish his own major power in one-line sky. I'm willing to be the first to join. No one wasn't surprised. They had never seen such a magical person before. Many of them even felt that Jiang Chen should establish his own major power. In that case, he would be able to attract more people. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen wasn't interested in any of this. What he was pursuing now was cultivation and strength. His ambition was far greater than one-line sky. Ultimately, one-line sky was just a stop on his journey. Once he settled the grudge in one-line sky, Jiang Chen would leave for the real ethereal immortal domain. That was the true boundless place. Let's go. We're almost at the end of the path. If I'm not mistaken, the black corpse raven will disappear once we get out of the path. Jiang Chen said. Then, he continued to lead the group forward. Along the way, they saw many corpses being eaten by the black corpse ravens. They also met many experts who were trapped by the black corpse ravens. Jiang Chen helped all of them. More and more people followed behind him. Everyone who witnessed Jiang Chen's means was shocked. In this way, Jiang Chen's influence grew. Chapter 1275. Look, it's Jiang Chen. My God, he's still alive. It's really Jiang Chen. Didn't he enter the evil abyss? Why is he here? He can kill a large number of undead creatures. Senior brother Jiang, come and save us. The disciples of Tianyun Pavilion who were trapped by the black corpse ravens were shocked when they saw Jiang Chen. Their reaction was exactly the same as Wang Yang and the others. They couldn't believe what they saw, but the appearance of Jiang Chen had given them hope. To them, Jiang Chen was their savior. Hung Long. After killing a large number of black corpse ravens, Jiang Chen successfully rescued the disciples of Tianyun Pavilion and allowed them to join the protected camp. By this time, there weren't many paths left. The number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had already reached the peak of late heaven immortal realm. Only one step away from advancing to the half-step divine immortal realm. Once that happened, Jiang Chen's combat strength would soar once more, allowing him to deal with powerful half-step golden immortals. Senior brother, look. There's an incredible figure over there. He can kill all the undead creatures. Let's seek help quickly. There were 4 to 5 young geniuses who were trapped by a flock of black corpse ravens. Seeing that they couldn't get out of danger, their faces revealed a look of joy when they saw the situation on Jiang Chen's side. But when they saw Jiang Chen's silhouette approaching them, their facial expression changed instantly. This man looks familiar. He's Jiang Chen. Damn it. It's actually that malefic star. Didn't he enter the evil abyss? Why is he here? We have already issued a must-kill order for him. He is the target of our Shenyang school and our mortal enemy. Damn it. That bastard Tian Muyun must have lied to us, saying that Jiang Chen has entered the evil abyss. It seems like he hasn't. When these people saw that it was Jiang Chen, the joy on their faces disappeared instantly. They were all disciples of Shenyang school, and Jiang Chen was their archenemy. They did not expect Jiang Chen to save them. It was good enough that he did not hit them when they were down. Jiang Chen quickly arrived in front of these people. He had already seen that they were from Shenyang school and immediately used the true dragon palm to fiercely slap down. This time, the black corpse crows and the people from Shenyang school were also enveloped. Jiang Chen, you bastard! How dare you hit me when I'm down? Jiang Chen, you want to kill us? You will die a horrible death. So you didn't go to the Nifa's abyss at all. Our Shenyang school will never let you off. Damn it, this savage devil. He actually wants to kill us together. Damn it. Their expressions changed drastically when they realized Jiang Chen's intention. Compared to the devil king Jiang Chen, they would rather be entangled with the black corpse crows here. You guys are going to be trapped by the black corpse crows anyway. Why don't I free you guys? Jiang Chen's murderous intent soared to the sky. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. The grudge between him and Shenyang school was irreconcilable. Jiang Chen had never been polite to his enemies. In his eyes, the people from Shenyang school were no different from the black corpse crows. They would die if they encountered them. Savage? That's right, you have to be cruel. In this world that is already cruel, who are you going to show mercy to? Arg, along with a few blood-curdling screeches, 4 to 5 disciples of Profound Sun sect and the black corpse crows died under Jiang Chen's giant palm. None of them survived. Hiss. This scene made many people shudder in fear. Many of them didn't know Jiang Chen before, but they had heard of Jiang Chen's ferocious reputation. Today, they saw that his reputation was well-deserved. The fate of the disciples from Shenyang school also made them understand that it was not a good thing to be enemies with Jiang Chen. It's too tragic. The people from Shenyang school are really pitiful. It seems like the ancient tomb is going to be chaotic this time. That's right. After Shenyang school finds out that Jiang Chen is still alive and has come to the ancient tomb, they will definitely find a way to kill Jiang Chen. It's going to be a bloodbath. I can already see the great loss that Shenyang school will suffer. Many of them began to sigh. They had already expected that this trip to the ancient tomb wouldn't be peaceful, all because of the existence of Jiang Chen. He was a star of calamity, a peerless devil king. Wherever he went, blood would flow like a river. It was unlucky for the disciples of Shenyang School to encounter Jiang Chen. However, Shenyang School was, after all, a major power in one-line sky. There were also incomparably powerful geniuses in this ancient tomb. Those half-step golden immortal supreme geniuses were equivalent to true golden immortal experts. To Jiang Chen, they were a great threat. Ignoring the deaths of the disciples of Shenyang School, Jiang Chen continued to fly forward at top speed. Along the way, he encountered a large number of black corpse ravens, as well as some people from Yun and Huangfu families. Jiang Chen still tried to save them, but his goal wasn't to save them, but to kill the ravens. He didn't have any enmity with Yun and Huangfu families for the time being, so he wouldn't attack them, but he wouldn't protect them either. After all, it was uncertain whether they would be friends or foes in the future. However, Jiang Chen estimated that given the current situation in one-line sky, it was more likely that they would be enemies. Did you guys hear that? The one who can kill undead creatures at will is the legendary Jiang Chen of Tianyun Pavilion. Didn't he go to Evil Abyss? I can't believe he actually appeared here. But this man is really powerful. He can actually kill undead creatures. Moreover, his cultivation base seems to be only at the celestial immortal realm. To be able to easily kill a black corpse raven at the divine immortal realm is really terrifying. It seems like this trip to the ancient tomb is destined to not be peaceful. The people of Yun and Huangfu families had already known the identity of Jiang Chen. Their first reaction upon learning of Jiang Chen's identity was shock. After all, in their hearts, Evil Abyss was a place of no return. It was the true land of evil, the true hell. Honglong. After killing the last batch of black corpse ravens, Jiang Chen finally led a large number of people out of this seemingly endless passage. At this moment, the 21st floor of Zulong Tower had been fully condensed, and the number of dragon marks on Jiang Chen's body had reached 650,000. After refining a large number of immortal metastones, Jiang Chen's cultivation base had successfully broken through to the half-step divine immortal realm. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.